District August 10th School Board meeting to order. We apologize for being a few minutes late, but we wanted to wait for our superintendent, and he was having a few little problems.
I want to thank Little Rock Police Department and Metro Towing. They are excellent people, and they got me off the highway. So, thank you again.
We're glad you're here. Roll call, Mr. Delaney.
Gillen.
Here.
Keller. Vaughn. Brimley.
Here.
Thomas.
Present.
Ward.
Here.
Delaney. Here.
At this time, if you would please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have several public comments tonight, and since we haven't had some for a while, I'll just remind you, you've got 3 minutes to speak. Mr. Delaney, are you keeping time?
I will be in a second.
And we ask you that you not speak about personnel issues. So our first person is Faith Maynard, who is a student, I believe, at Sylvan Hills High School. It's the flat piece.
Okay, you can hear me? Okay, cool. All right. Hi, my name is Faith Maynard, and I'm a junior at Sylvan Hills High School representing the Sylvan Hills High Band. I'm sure you members of the school board and those in the crowd would not want to be in a room about this size with over 100 teenagers and leaks in the ceiling, right? Well, the students and staff members of Sylvan Hills High School can assure you, you don't. The Sylvan Hills Band program has been growing over the past decade. We had 151 members before 9th grade moved off campus, and even now, with just 10th through 12th, we're still the largest high school band in the district. The band facilities are an inadequate learning environment, and they have been for a while. Not only is the rehearsal space too small for us, but the building has leaks all over, which pose a threat not only to the instruments owned by the school, but also by the band members. So, in pre-COVID times, over 100 band members would cram into a space made for about 75 people, minus the space that the trash cans catching the water leaks take up. We found some relief spatially in the form of a 2,400 square foot portable building, which we used for storage in a secondary rehearsal space. When construction began around the band room, it had to be moved, and the district said it would be relocated. However, 2 days before its scheduled relocation, the band director was informed that it was being taken away entirely. We have since been operating for 2 years with much less space than we had before construction began. On that first page of the handout that you have, you'll see illustration A. Illustration A shows the inequities of space per student in the primary rehearsal spaces of band rooms in our district and some from outside our district for comparison. As you can see, the illustration shows that even just 10th through 12th grade students in the high school program, the space per student is obviously inadequate. That 19.34 square feet per student does not include chairs, stands, instruments, and other furniture such as shelves in the room. These are pre-COVID numbers, so they represent closer to normal enrollment numbers. And Wenger Corporation, a planning tool for creating new band and orchestra programs, recommends 30 to 35 square feet per instrumentalist. That would mean the only high school in our district that does not meet that recommendation is Sylvan Hills High School. If you'll turn to the next page, you'll see illustration B. In 2017, the district thought that the need for a band room was so significant that they had architects draw up plans for a new band room. B1 is the addition to the existing facilities. It would have added a 3,049 square foot main rehearsal room, which would have brought the square feet per student up to 27.71, which is still less than a program in illustration A. On the fourth page is illustration C. These are some pictures with all of the necessary equipment for rehearsal set out for the 9th through 12th grade Maumelle High School Band and the 10th through 12th grade Sylvan Hills High School Band. I think you can see for yourself the difference between the two spaces. We of the Sylvan Hills High Band aren't here asking for the Cadillac version of a band room. We're just asking for something that drives because right now we've got a bicycle with one wheel. We have watched the needs of other extracurriculars be met and exceeded quite literally all around us while our situation actually worsened because the construction caused us to lose the portable building. We also know that more than likely the current members of the band room won't reap the benefits of a new band room. However, we know that future members will. This isn't a personal matter anymore. We're simply asking for the facilities necessary for an equal and functioning learning environment for the Sylvan Hills High School Band. Thank you.
Thank you. And you might put your mask back on.
Yep.
Thank you. We don't take action on anything that people bring up to us at this time. However, I will let you know that there is an item on the Sylvan Hills High School Band later on in the agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Good job.
Thank you. Aaron Wenger wants to talk about the public health crisis. Did I pronounce that
Yes,
name right?
Wenger. Thank you. I don't know if I want to, but I feel like I have to. I'm here tonight to ask the board for its help as the parent of a PCSSD elementary schooler and also as a hospital physician and a medical director of hospital services. As a parent, I think it's easy to see we all want the safest possible environment for our students. I feel for the Sylvan Hills Band, but I have to say from my perspective, it's just refreshing to hear a discussion of normal school problems at a school board meeting. Unfortunately, the problems that we've had to deal with have been anything but normal. And so I think there hopefully will be discussion tonight of making sure that PCSSD district COVID protocols remain in alignment with the best public health advice that our State Department of Health and our CDC can provide, and I would strongly advocate for that. Not only will that help us avoid interruptions in our students' educations and potentially catastrophic consequences for student or family or staff health, but on the hospital side, it will also help us flatten the curve. And I know that got beat to death last year. That's all that anybody talked about when this thing was first starting. If only we knew what kind of a curve we would actually be dealing with. Now more than ever, I think we need to heed those words. We're in trouble, and I can tell you that I'm afraid of what we're gonna see once school starts up. If this is what it looks like when we aren't mixing tens of thousands of people together in enclosed spaces every day, I'm afraid to see what's coming next. We're here, as physicians to do everything we can to help, and that's really what we want to do, but we also need help from our school districts and from the public to keep things manageable, to keep the volume at a level where we're actually able to do our jobs. So I hope that as that is considered this evening, that y'all will keep in mind the tremendous opportunity you have to help both, your students and their families, your teachers, your administrators, but also those of us on the front lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think the board appreciates hearing from you and all the parents and people that have responded to us over the last several days. Lords Cox? I think I pronounced it right, Cox. All right, Wendy Potter?
Good evening. My name is Wendy Potter, and I'm here tonight in support of parents' rights, specifically the right of parents to decide whether or not our children should wear masks. I have 3 children, one of whom is currently serving in the U.S. Army, and 2 of whom who are enrolled in Maumelle High and Maumelle Middle, respectively. For the last year and a half, our children have made immense sacrifices in the name of science. In the beginning of COVID-19, in the middle of the pandemic, we did not know anything about the virus, and our kids were forced to adapt to virtual learning overnight. The new school year began, and they had to continue to navigate life through the pandemic. Some stayed virtual, some did a blended schedule, and others opted for full-time in-person learning while wearing masks, no questions asked. Our kids have done everything that has been asked of them, and now, more than a year and a half into COVID-19, we know so much more than we did in the beginning. We know who is most susceptible, we know that there are treatments available, and we have vaccines available to those who desire them. I recently filed a Freedom of Information Act request with Dr. Romero and the Arkansas Public Health Lab for documents pertaining to COVID-19 testing, specifically testing for the Delta variant. per Reginald Rogers, Deputy General Counsel, the Arkansas Public Health Lab, and I quote, does not conduct testing specifically for the Delta variant at this time. It has been my understanding that the push for mask mandates has been predicated on a surge in COVID cases attributed to the Delta variant in Arkansas. However, per the Deputy General Counsel's response, we can't confirm that there is in fact a surge of Delta variant cases because the Arkansas Public Health Lab still uses the PCR testing method, which does not test for the Delta variant. As a parent, I do not believe that a one-size-fits-all approach is ever an effective strategy. There are faculty and students who have already recovered from COVID and who have antibodies to protect against reinfection. There are also faculty and students, at least students over 12, who have been vaccinated against COVID. Furthermore, there are children who have medical conditions which make wearing a mask correctly very difficult to breathe, especially when we are experiencing extreme temperatures. There are children who experience anxiety when they are forced to wear a mask, and there are children who have experienced skin conditions due to being mandated to wear a mask during the duration of the school day, including bus rides to and from school. There are children who are hearing impaired, and masks make it impossible to, quote, read lips. Even more, masks prevent others from seeing facial expressions, which are incredibly important to developing social skills. Sadly, they also prevent students and faculty from even being able to recognize each other. Absent the mask, this is heartbreaking. Our teachers and administrators have one job. That job is to educate our children, not to make medical decisions for them. Teachers and administrators cannot diagnose a student with any medical condition and cannot administer medication to our children, their students. So why then would a school board be given the authority to make a blanket policy requiring students to wear masks, which is a medical decision? Furthermore, by what authority does any school board have the power to make healthcare decisions without parental consent?
Thank you for your opinion. We appreciate hearing from all sides. Your son, I believe, is signed up. Did he want to speak too? Luke Potter?
My name is Luke Potter, and I'm going into 7th grade Maumelle Middle School. I'm speaking today to voice my opposition to masks. First, I want to start off with why we should not have to wear masks. Masks make it hard for kids to concentrate. In the past, I have been an AB honor roll student, and last year I struggled, and I believe that it was due to having to wear a mask. Wearing a mask makes it very difficult to breathe, especially when it's hot. We were not allowed to pull our mask down at all, or teachers would yell at us and threaten us to being sent to the office just for pulling our mask down to be able to breathe. Some did not even wear their mask correctly. We were allowed to pull our masks down far enough to uncover our noses while in gym class, but we were not allowed to take them off. Our masks got sweaty during gym, which caused them to smell bad and which caused them to stick to our faces. Parents, not school boards, should be the ones to make the decisions for their kids. Kids should not be bullied by school boards, teachers, or classmates into wearing masks. I remember trying to get on the bus one day last year, and I forgot my mask at home. The bus driver would not let me on the bus, and I missed a day of instruction and important assignments. I have talked to several of my classmates, and they all agree with me that it is difficult to breathe, difficult to concentrate, and uncomfortable to wear. Masks are itchy. Please leave the decision to wear a mask up to our parents. They know what is best for us. Thank you.
Luke, thank you for getting up and speaking and bringing the students' viewpoint. And that took a lot of courage to get up in front of a room full of strangers. So very good. I hope you continue to do that as you grow up.
Thank you.
That's the end of the people that are signed up to speak for public comments. Clearly, masks are on the agenda, so we will be discussing that a little further on in the meeting. The next item of business is the approval of last meeting's minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Gillen and seconded by Mr. Thomas that we approve the minutes of last month's meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is the presentation of certified PPC. I see Ms. Robinson.
Good evening, Dr. Rimley, board members, and Dr. McNulty. So here we are again, ready for the school year. Educators are hardworking, getting ready for students to come, and we definitely know that the best learning is done in person. So as you're going through listening and discussing our COVID-19 protocols, we know safety is our number one goal. Has always been our number one goal, pre-COVID. Just safety of our students and our staff. But so you've heard all the debate you've heard. I'm not going to stand up here and go into all of that. I just want to say that whatever protocols we used last year, it helped mitigate the spread. And I know we're doing some of those safety precautions again with the hand sanitizer, with the washing of the hands, with the custodians coming around, doing the deep cleaning. I know we're having to do that, although we're not going to have that Wednesday off. But anyway, I know we're still going to do that deep cleaning to make sure that our schools are safe. The second item, so I hope you would approve the item 9A on the update the COVID-19 protocols. And then looking at item number 10, the COVID leave. That is so important that we just applaud the district last year for continuing the COVID leave for our educators. We know we're just in a different space again today. I'm quite sure we're hopeful that we wouldn't be back in this space, but we are, and just to look to see what's happening, we want to make sure that educators are given that COVID leave and not having to take their own COVID leave, or their own leave, just using that COVID leave. Because we don't want to be another district like Marion School District. Unfortunately, that happened to them, but I think with the proper protocols in place, that we will be able to sustain and make sure that we're doing what we're called to do, is educate our children. And then the third thing that I want to say is, again, the pandemic pay, educators are extremely happy with the pandemic pay last year, and we know that also with the protocol, with us not taking those COVID days, that we're still able to get something at the end. Because even though last year was challenging, this year it's still going to be challenging. We don't know the unknowns. The unknowns are out there when we start school on next week. But I know that every educator, every administrator, district office, everyone is looking at what can we do to make sure that our students are learning, like the learning loss. We know there was a little bit of learning loss, and we want to make gains on there, so we have to definitely make sure that we're doing everything to make sure, number one, that we're all safe, and number one, that we're continuing to educate our children, because we know that PCSSD is the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Next item is the classified PPC. Mr. Chesterfield.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Madam President, board members, superintendent. I rise to talk a little about, first of all, the PPC classified met yesterday in the same room right here. And we had discussion about the COVID and COVID-19. My committee voted unanimously to bring this before the board tonight. They either voted up or voted down. But I think the way Dr. McNulty presented to the PPC committee, and also Ms. Shawn Burgess, to me it made a lot of sense. And I know there's a big debate about this, about that. But me, it's personal. While this pandemic is just raging everywhere, I'm gonna wear my mask whether you vote yes or no. I wanna be real, because this stuff is real. And it's no joke. And I know everybody's debating, you hear a lot of stuff on TV, and this expert say this one say this, but guess what? At the end of the day, somebody is not breathing. At the end of the day, you think about it now, it's not breathing. So it's proof is in the Children's Hospital and UMAS. People are in there because of COVID, and they're not breathing on their own. So I hope when we go further down this list that the board do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chesterfield. The next item on the agenda is our reports. Ms. Rowlett, financial update.
Good evening, Board. You have in front of you, as usual, your report on our legal funds. Those are funds 1, 2, and 4. 1 being the teacher salary fund, 2 being operating, and 4 being the debt service fund. These are still our preliminary numbers. We are now working in period 13, which is the period that we work in to close out our books. Final close will be done at the end of this month. I just want you all to make a note of the items that I have highlighted in yellow. That's the 1.6 that I'm projecting that we'll have to accrue that much in expenditures. And then after that, we will end with our net legal balance. I am projecting $18,561,000, less our categorical funds, which should put us about $17 million ending. So that's about what we started with. So that's, and I feel real good about those numbers. I also want you all to make a note at the bottom. Our food service is currently $506,000 in the negative, which that's real good because we budgeted, as you can see, $549,000 to transfer over there. So the numbers are looking good. I feel real good about the expenditures that we'll have to accrue. So that's all I have. You all have any questions?
I do. On that net legal fund balance, what percentage of that is, because I know that we have to stay within a certain parameter, what is a percentage on that, please?
Well, that's about 12, but what they do is they want us to not be over 20% of our revenues that we collect from the state. So we're going to be about 12% there, so we're good.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
But we'll have the final numbers at the end of this month, so in the August report. And of course, we're working on budgeting and we're getting our preliminary revenue from the state and that sort of thing as well.
Are we budgeting any for food service this time, or is Chartwell's going to take care of that issue?
We are budgeting for food services because we'll still have to pay them, and we're expecting a reduction in the expenditures. Of course, you know, in the contract, they're doing like $600,000 for upkeep and renovations and that sort of thing. So we're expecting to stay around the same. And we may not realize the savings until next year, but yes, we'll still budget food service because the expenditures will go out of Fund 8.
And to that point, we also are keeping employees on staff in our food services, is that correct? How
Yes.
was that received? I'm probably off.
Well, you know, they had a choice.
Yes, that's what I was
So,
asking.
yes, so we'll have, I don't know the numbers, but it was a high percentage of the employees that wanted to stay with PCSSD.
Okay.
So we'll still have to pay them. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is construction updates. Mr. Johnson?
Good evening, Board. How are you? Bring a couple of items this evening to talk about, and we'll start with Chenal Elementary as far as the ADA room modifications that we did. The modifications came out actually pretty good for us, and we should be completely done by Thursday. We're waiting just for a few pieces of trim tile to show up and come in, but the painting of the rooms, the modifications of the room have been done, and the teachers are happy. The principal is ecstatic about the things that we've done there. New appliances as far as the stoves and refrigerators and that type thing goes. So they will have a great environment for this fall to teach in. So just heads up there. Parking lot at Sylvan Hills High School. The extended parking lot that we're finishing up there we're waiting on 2 grates to come in for the drainage of water on that parking lot. It should have been in 2 weeks ago, but based on COVID activity, it's been delayed, so we're having to wait for those to get here. Once they arrive, they'll get those installed and then pave the parking lot. The parking lot, we're going to probably hold off as far as use for about 2 to 3 weeks to let that asphalt settle. And once it settles, then we'll be able to utilize the parking lot completely. And that'll take care of that process for us. So happy about that. We're moving pretty good. Water fountains, I think we're in the last school that we're in this week is the old Sylvan Hills High School, Building 1. And it's taken just a little bit because of the nature of how these water fountains have to be installed. And so we're having to open up the walls and basically do the right thing as far as the plumbing fixtures go and getting those pieces in place and then basically sealing it up with sheet metal as far as the design of the wall goes. So it's taken just a little bit, but they'll be finished. And then once completed, then we should have, they're gonna work through this weekend also. We'll be ready for school on Monday, but additionally, the district office, the 3 bus pounds, and the south pound should be taken care of. So everyone in the district has access to water as far as the bottle fillers go.
But the students will be taken care of.
First and foremost. Update on the cooling tower for Building 1 for Sylvan Hills. Delivery for the cooling tower should be delivered at the end of September. And upon its delivery, we'll get that installed and get that operational, so we're good in that building. Okay. Last note that we'll want to come up after the fact. But the track and field for Maumelle, we had an initial meeting with the building administration to talk about that project and its scope, and then 2, to kind of get some feedback on when we will have a community meeting to talk about the desires of the community and the input for the community so that we can actually finalize the design piece of it. So we'll move from input to design just as quickly as we have that meeting. Once that meeting is established, we'll get that out to everyone for times and dates for the public meeting, and we'll just have a discussion. Those are the updates for now. Do you have any questions?
Do we have broad strokes on the, again, very broad strokes on what we're looking at for the track and field for Maumelle?
Yeah, the initial setup is just to make sure we have a fully compliant IAAU track for the environment. I had to tone back on some of the things from the architects because they want to model it after John McDonald Field in Fayetteville. And I'm like, yeah, if you can donate some money to that. Right? But based on our budget and what we're doing, we want to be responsible with how we move it forward. I think we've also talked internally about moving funds from operating to Fund 3 to make sure we have the pathways for funding already established and taken care of. So we're doing the little steps that are necessary to get prepared for it.
So within that track design, can you kind of lay out what you anticipate to be presenting options for the community?
Right now, once we get feedback from the community as far as their input, so I'll give you something that the coaches talked about. So the infield portion of the track, for example, we had the discus and the shot put and those things on the inside of the track initially thought process-wise. Well, the coaches and the athletic director and the building principal wanted to see a soccer field on that field opposed to discus and shot put and that kind of thing. So those kind of input pieces are what we're looking for as far as what we want back from the community. Once we get that, then we'll lay the initial designs out and go from there.
And is an indoor practice facility included in this plan?
No, not at this moment.
Or any additional track and field, again, long jump, high jump, any of the other, I guess, subsequent track and field activities, are they included anywhere on the
They
campus?
are included in this initial setup.
It's not in the
It's just
infield.
not on the field itself. The field right now, and one of the comments from the building principal was possibility to do soccer tournaments because the football field stadium will still have the ability to do soccer games. And so that was one of the attractive pieces for them as far as doing tournaments for soccer. We will still basically write in and design in shot put, long jump pits, those kind of things. Those will still be a part of the overall design. So it will be a full-scale IAAU track for the full enjoyment of our students that are at Maumelle.
And within that, does it also include concessions and bathrooms that are specific to the field?
It does.
And seating?
And seating as well.
Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome.
I have a question about the touchless water. They are touchless water bottle
Yes, ma'am.
fountains. Last year we bought a lot of water. Are
We're
we
not
gonna
buying
have to
water.
buy water? So now parents can provide their student with and they can fill it up?
That's correct.
Okay.
And what I've seen from a lot of parents is that they'll go out and buy the one that have caps on them. So as a kid walk up to the touchless unit, it fills it, they cap it, they can walk away. And so the initial feedback is that everyone that has them and has been utilizing them are really appreciative of them. And we're just trying to make sure we get them operational before Monday morning.
Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions by the board?
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Old action items, old business. Jack Trumper with authorizing resolution for the Series 2021 refunding bonds.
You skipped over A.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking probably at the wrong, Jack, have a seat.
Hold on, Mr. Trump.
I've got too many agendas here. And I was marking it off with the wrong one. Okay, so the next one is update COVID-19 protocols, which is what probably some of you want us to talk about, so that Dr. McNulty.
Yeah, and I'm going to actually ask Ms. Duff, who's part of our COVID-19 team that supports the decision-making of the district. First off, I want to thank the public speaking out and putting their opinions towards this issue. This, we don't take lightly. And we're also going to say that decisions around this process have been coming fast and furious. Up until Friday, we were still working with the legislative action that would not allow districts to request our students, our guests, and our faculty to wear masks. And then Judge Fox blocked that legislative movement, and it kind of opened us up to looking at where we are as a district, where we are as a society and a community, and the current state of COVID-19. We brought the team together initially, and then we kind of were interested in how it was going to play out, what was going to be the action by the State Attorney General, what was going to be the action around the district, and then we looked at our own needs. So I don't want anyone to think that there's a strong desire to put masks back on. In fact, in June, I was very positive about where we were as a state in our decisions. And then all of a sudden, in a couple weeks, it became a difficult situation for many people in our community, vaccinated and non-vaccinated. So we have decided that we're going to come forward with a plan and request the board to act upon it that will last 60 days and then be reevaluated using the Arkansas Department of Health, Arkansas Department of Education, and the best information we can from our medical professionals and what we see in the data. I think we're at, and I so appreciate we're learning so much about COVID-19 and its many variants. I almost think I'm a physician, but I am so not. And so I always kind of let that go to our professionals. Ms. Duff, you can talk a little bit more about what we're proposing.
Yes, so the proposal that's before the board today is just an update on the original protocols that we put out. Originally, the statement was going to be that masks would be optional and strongly encouraged for all of our students and staff of all ages. Now the recommendation is that all students, staff, and guests of any age be required to wear masks based on the CDC and 88 recommendations of ages 2 and up wear masks. As Dr. McNulty mentioned, this would be, we want to bring it back in October, which would be 60 days from now at the next board meeting, reevaluate where we stand with cases in the state of Arkansas, and hopefully some higher vaccination rates as well at that time. So the board, the policy or the recommendation before you today is for requirement of masks for anyone in school buildings. That includes district offices for the next 60 days.
And I also want to address the social emotional needs of our families and our students. We're going to do our best to allow guests into the buildings, but we're going to try to work with the COVID-19 protocols and contact tracing. If we're going to try to limit to 15 minutes, especially first day of school, we want to walk in our young people to get to the class, especially our kindergartners. But we know that after 15 minutes and you're close to a young person or another adult, we may be responsible to contact trace, and guests are a little more difficult and more challenging. But we certainly want to keep our buildings as they are public institutions and community institutions. And again, we've learned a lot. We know that we want to keep moving in our school, in our classrooms. And I think many of our professional staff, given our results last year, really did a great job. Again, we are proud that we lost no souls, no professional staff, and no students. And although we had some family tragedies that have hurt our hearts, we look at this as our best way. And I'm going to just speak for myself. And I understand, I really respect individual choice and the family. But if I can wear my mask, and there's no certainty, but if I wear my mask and one child doesn't end up in the hospital, or one professional staff doesn't end up in the hospital because I'm wearing my mask, I'm going to do it. One person. That's all that makes the difference. I'm there. And that's the burden of our decision making. There's no guarantees. We don't want to be here. There is no one in this room who wants to be here. But here we are, and we need to make the best decisions possible for what we know for our students, and thus the recommendation and the request to the board.
And I will just extend a little bit on the updated policy for guests in the building. We did have an extended conversation about that with the COVID team, that since we are doing open houses, and those were planned prior to these spikes, that all of the open houses are set up in such a way that they're staggered times to help with the decreased traffic going through the buildings. As Dr. McNulty mentioned, any guest in the building will be asked to stay 15 minutes or less to help with that contact tracing portion. And on the first day of school, parents who want that ability to walk their student in, it was devastating for several parents to not be able to do that last year, especially our kindergartners, our sixth graders who were new in the middle school, and our freshmen who were new in high school. So although they may not want mom and dad walking them in ninth grade, but to have that ability, so that will be an option this year. And our volunteer program was able to do some work last year, but not to the extent of what we've done in the past. So hopefully this will give them an opportunity to stop by the school, pick up whatever is needed, and then do their volunteer work remotely for those schools.
Or again, if they were able to show us that they have been tested and they have other requirements that make it a lot safer for the building, we will welcome them, just our professional staff.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board members?
I have a comment. I would just like to say I've heard the opinions of a lot of concerned parents regarding school board members making a decision regarding the health of their children. And I've also heard health officials that did the schooling and the research on this matter. And ACI, it's a health policy board. And their biggest concern is for the health and safety of all Arkansans. And this board is not just 2 or 3 people. There is a strong medical background support of this board, all the way from Stephanie Gardner, Dr. Stephanie Gardner, which was a pharmacist. Now he's a vice chancellor of UAMS. Dr. Joe Thompson, president and CEO of the ACI, and a pediatrician, said the board statement is an urgent call to action for school leaders. This fight has changed because the enemy has changed. The Delta variant is more than twice as contagious as previous strains of this virus, and is attacking children at a rate we have not seen before. Over the next few weeks, the crisis facing our state could be catastrophic. School districts have the legal authority to act now. Communities have a moral imperative to act in the best interest of the children's safety. Failure to act will mean more children will get sick, more will be hospitalized, and more will die. ACI is a nonpartisan independent health policy center that serves as a catalyst for improving the health of all Arkansans. So they don't have this political, whereas we have to stand and make a decision based on the votes I want from the public. All of us on this school board, we don't get paid for this, but yet and still, we got dumped with the major decision. We got to make this major decision because we have political people in office that refuse to make that decision before the people because they're scared of their votes, losing votes. Well, I don't get paid, and if I don't get another vote, I stand behind the fact that this ain't about just one person. We're talking about protecting everybody as a whole. And I have never, me personally, I've never seen nobody hospitalized because of wearing a mask. Now, they may have a rash. We can take care of rashes. But I ain't never seen anybody hospitalized, and I said ain't. Hospitalized for wearing a mask.
Me neither, and I've seen a lot of hospitalized people.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board?
So I will say I heard from a lot of people, this has been a hot topic. And I'm like Ms. Ward, I believe that we need to do whatever we have to do to protect our students and our teachers. They're the most important thing that we have there. The only valid question that I do have that I've received like from parents is I got a question from parents that do we consider not doing anything in our high schools for our high school students that have been vaccinated. I get it, middle school, elementary, they haven't had the opportunity. So that was a legitimate question that was asked of me, and I said, I don't know, but I will ask our committee or whatever, and we can get some feedback.
We actually talked about that, and I'll just say that my first thinking was trying to look around that notion. But, you know, as we were talking as a COVID team, and I think Ms. Duff and anybody in the COVID team talk, you know, we're finding out that a lot of folks who are being vaccinated are getting COVID-19, the Delta variant. And I'm seeing the nod with the physician in the room. And so we want to keep our schools open. And we know that if you've been vaccinated and you are within 6 feet, you don't necessarily have to go home until you show symptoms because of the vaccination and the mask. I think that right now the administration's recommendation is to mask everybody, but we would review it in 60 days because data is going to help us understand where we are with the Delta variant. You know, I think we all spend probably way too much time either on YouTube or in the news trying to figure out what's going on, not just in the community, but internationally. And as I said, I am certainly not a doctor, but I can really help you on organizational theory. That's my doctorate. I am to the point where we talked about it, we understand that position, but we don't feel like we can know who and who hasn't. And we want to make sure that our schools stay open as long as they can.
Just for the record, I want you to know, I do support you. I was elected by people, so I had to ask.
And you have to ask that question. It's the right question to ask.
I have a question about what are we going to do with students who choose not to comply? I'm concerned about that because we had students last year who wouldn't comply, but we could send them home and they could do online school. But this year, they really can't go to virtual. We've got limited options for children who are not complying.
Well, and I think that speaks to a broader issue. And last year, I wanted to say to the Arkansas Department of Education, you did an amazing job providing waivers that allowed us to be really flexible. And I can't say enough of how they were able to get us through with those waivers. Now, we don't have those waivers, but I'm urging the Arkansas Department of Education to look back at what went well last year based upon the policies they established so that we can probably be more flexible around that. But you're right, right now, what we're handling, and again, anybody on the COVID team can step up if I misheard, it is a dress code policy, and that we would be asking the student to go home and go into our policy, and it wouldn't be disciplinary. Now, for our professional staff, and I see Ms. Duff coming in here, and I may be changing my tune real quickly. Our professional staff are employees of the district and will be required to wear masks. Indoors, because we also know, we've learned a lot, that outdoors is a whole different game. Ms. Duff, are you going to, oh, okay.
That was one of the concerns, you know, right now our judicial, our legislative, our executive, and our medical branches are fractured.
Yes.
Fractured beyond repair at this point. And the people of this nation are the ones who are going to be suffering.
Yes.
And again, I'm about social liberties. I'm about having the freedom to do, as that wonderful student articulated today, being able to do and say as I want, but also know it's my social responsibility to also be there for my brother and my sister next to me.
Yes.
So this is a tough one, because again, we are making a very dramatic decision. I believe one of the first in Central Arkansas, so that is always leading the way, aren't you, Charles?
Thank you.
But I do want to speak again to the discipline issue, because I do know, and I'm really speaking more from the middle school and the high school kind of genre, so to speak. I know firsthand that there are a lot of families who did take that immediate action with their children and have received the vaccination happily, and are doing it because they want to continue to play in sports and in the band and be a part with their friends and things like that. And they knew that that was step one that needed to happen. So I guess the discipline is really going to be, because I also want my teachers to teach and do what they do best. And if they are constantly in there with that negative connotation of put your mask up and you're not a good person if you don't wear a mask, and again, that's kind of that social rhetoric that we tend to be around too. I don't want to put that on the teachers either. So
I like the dress code issue versus bad and good. We're trying to make sure that we're all safe and respectful to each other. And I will tell you, and I have administration in the room, we had very few instances of students not wanting to wear a mask. And if I'm wrong about that, please speak up and then I will retract it. I see Ms. Round going, no. Our young people really, in fact, I will say to you, when we said it was okay to wear outdoors, you didn't have to wear it outdoors, I just saw a lot of our high school kids still wearing it outdoors, and I kind of asked one young person, so you don't have to, and well, it's just more convenient for me to not worry about, if I'm going to class A to class B, I just got it on, so I'm just going. I know we have high school students here, but we really were just so impressed with our professionals and our students. And, we'll take it by case, and there are medical cases, so we're going to, this is not and I love that one size fits all, because there are some of our students who have medical conditions who cannot wear a mask, and we're going to accommodate for that. But I think that's a good question. I'm looking at it as more as a dress code. I think the COVID team looked at it more as a dress code. Dr. Smith?
I think we have a process where they'll get a warning conversation, but I think the more time, Dr. Roby, that we spend on the why we're doing it with the young people, and they understand this is just short term because the numbers are here, just understanding that it's not just for me, it's for the person sitting next to me. I think the schools did a good job of explaining that. That's why we didn't have so many kids that were bucking against the system. And so we're just going to go back to that same technique to just explain to them the why. I think we all do better when we understand why and not just say you have to. And so we'll make sure that we speak to our leaders, so when the kids show up on Monday, we talk about why we're doing what we're doing. We explain that it's for the next 60 days, that we'll be looking at the data, the numbers go down, this is where we'll be after that. But I just believe it's the why of it, and they did a good job last year. I think we maybe had one or two that we had to meet with parents, and then we got a clear understanding of why we were doing what we were doing.
And I just want to shout out to a colleague, Glenn Fenter at Marion. He's really been trying to support his community, but they're undergoing an onslaught right now, and they have over 1,000 students quarantined, staff and students quarantined, and they have 4,000 students. I mean, we've been fortunate that we haven't had that kind of number, and we have 12,000 students. I think the worst we got, and please, if I'm wrong, team, I think it was over 700 at one time, and that was the dark days of January, and then we had the snowstorm and no one went outside for a couple weeks, and everything kind of fell away. But what do you say when you have a quarter of your students at home? It's hard to teach. It's hard to engage in the importance of the conversation. And what you'll see later in the board agenda, we're trying to support our students who are coming back, and we know that, we had, my first year, we had 12,000 referrals written by teachers on kids. Last year we wrote 1,200. Not all of it was because they were at home. We had about 8,500 kids coming to school. We've just done a better job of talking to kids, and really, I think it's strangely enough, we've had serious conversations about kind of why we're here, and it's made a difference in our students. Also, PBIS and AVID and some, corrective practices that allow some reflection about what I did and didn't do. But, we're at a point right now where I think that our faculty and our professional staff and our students have deep respect for each other. And I love the fact, and which we'll address later, our students here are speaking about the Sylvan Hills Band. That's powerful, and that's democratic, and that's advocacy for, not just, as you said, now, but for your future. And we will talk about that.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, for addressing that and how you're going to handle it, because I do think that's really important, and I like the fact that you're going to try and work with the kids and get them to understand why we're doing it. I do think we were very fortunate last year in our procedures kept from having any deaths within our students or our staff. And so that means something was working. And so if there are any other comments,
I do have two. So since this is being addressed as a dress code issue then, I do know that we have closets in a lot of our schools, so when there is a dress code issue, that there is availability to take care of that and expedite that quickly and get that student back into class for instruction. Supply-wise, I know that, last year, again, no fault of the district at all. It was a supply issue nationwide. Are we good on supplies to ensure that when that student does come and does not have a mask or a teacher, or you just forget it on a Tuesday?
Right. That
we have plenty in place, we have plenty sanitizer, and that we have plenty things to continue with this long-term.
So I'm going to respond to what I know, and I'm going to look at Mr. Johnson. He's going to give the other piece. This is the KN95 mask that we allow our professionals to have. We have 9,000, and they're all out to schools by now. We have a lot of sanitation. So our dry hands will continue, but we're ready for you. And then is it 15,000 paper masks, Mr. Johnson?
It's approximately 15,000 right now on hand.
On hand, and we're ordering more.
Well, we've ordered more than that, I think 30,000 more.
Okay. Ms. Ward?
Today's, the governor's briefing, that was one of the questions too, that some of the children are asked to wear masks, but they're not wearing proper masks. Mm-hmm. So they addressed that today in the governor's briefing. So make sure we contact their people to get with our people to get the right mask. Right. And when they get that big supply in, that we're
for our people,
that we're number one on the agenda to get those masks in, because everybody's not requiring. So just make sure that we.
And I agree 100%. We're going to make a big push.
He said we're going to get those masks.
Our professional staff to wear the KN95s. They're not quite as good, and I have a physician out there who looks like they have an N95.
No, this is a KN.
KN.
This is what I wear for day to day.
Yeah,
I would
it is.
wear it into a COVID patient's room, but it's fine for day to day.
Yeah, and it's more expensive, but it's if you are with students and you got 20 students in your classroom, we want you to wear the best. Now that's a personal choice, but we have 9,000, all right, and we'll continue to order them and support our professional staff indoors. So thank you, Mr. Johnson and Terrence Clark, for always thinking and getting the best for our professional staff
And
our
I have
students.
one more.
Gotcha.
So the Arkansas Activities Association, going through their COVID-19 guidelines, those have not been updated since April. Is there any talks or discussion of to how we are going to work through with athletics? So we are setting a precedence here of how we are going to handle a classroom environment, right. But there's not been any discussion of how we're going to be handling an athletic or any of the extracurricular environment, because I know my students are practicing and playing currently, as they are across the district.
I think that outdoors seems to be, given the experiences we had last year, any coaches in the room, we did pretty well outdoors activities. It was the indoor activities.
We have volleyball right now.
We have volleyball.
Right now.
And, that is an indoor activity, so that gives us some flexibility. And I know that, if I'm correct, and I don't know if they're in the room, the 2 quarantines we've done at the beginning, even before, have been volleyball. Because it is indoors. We're going to have to work with AAA to see how we can support that. Now, last year, we did have many of our players wear their masks until they went to the court. when they were waiting in the sidelines. And that seemed to work, but we'll work on that, and that's a good point.
I also, personally, it's silly.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're already going to be in very close proximity to themselves and to the other teams, sitting on the sidelines for the 5 minutes when they're on the sidelines to go be fully engaged physically with another person, again, that's just my personal opinion on that. But I would encourage you to reach out to the AAA, because I know that we have a lot of kids who are right now in athletics, and as we continue forward, making sure that while we have this set with our classroom, that what are we doing for our students
Right.
with extracurricular.
And again, so far, it's been the volleyball. I think we all will have concerns with the basketball when it comes up, depending on where we are in the Delta variant.
Dr. McNulty, quick question about the mechanics of what we're voting on today. So we have the COVID protocol, which is a 1.5-page document, more or less. Talks about various things like physical distancing, visitors, temperature checks. Are you asking us to approve the entire protocol or just the masking?
Well, we will ask you to approve the entire protocol. If you suggest more flexibility, we can respond to that. I think that the masking is probably the one that's the big piece. And then, as we put plans into place, and I don't know how, some of you put plans into place and we're gonna be bitter because you put your plan in place and you never have to adjust it, okay? So you in the room, we're a little envious of you, but we're gonna get better. We, unfortunately, as a big district, we put plans in place and we've had to adjust because it didn't work out the way we wanted it to. I think the mask piece is probably the foundational piece of this. And then we're going to, and we'll let the board know, we would like some flexibility to adjust. If it doesn't work, we're going to be transparent about that because we learn from our mistakes.
Well, I just want to be clear because, all the energy, of everything seems to go into the masks, but there's more to, skinning this cat than just masks, as I'm sure you would agree. But,
Yeah. Actually, you just gave me a very interesting visual, but I will say to you.
Probably not a Canadian analogy.
Yeah, I'm back in the woods. But I actually read from another state, I won't mention, I love how they talk about layered protection. And I'm getting, again, not from the position that it's not just the mask, it's not the vaccine, it's the physical distancing. I know that we're gonna be cleaning with the 360 machines on Wednesdays, again, after school. So we're gonna ask our staff to get out, because that was a great day in the middle of the week to kind of sanitize things. And we feel like that worked really well. We believed early on that it was an aerosol transmission, and even though we washed our hands and we've been sanitizing, like I'm hoping that this will be sanitized at the end of this meeting. And we learned a lot of good things. What we did also learn is we need to have the social interaction of our guests, our families that come into the buildings, and that the mask piece with some timelines so we don't have to worry about contact tracing. And I think that will be very helpful in physical distancing. Again, we have had great, our partners, our PTOs, our support of our band and our football and basketball and volleyball teams, our track teams have been excellent. They have done everything they can to support us under very extreme conditions. And we've learned that we can kind of open it up and still be safe with our kids.
Okay, so, when we vote on this protocol and if we approve it, I'm just give you an example, the visitors piece, for example, that mean that if let's say the principal at Harris wasn't allowing visitors, that they wouldn't be in compliance with the protocol?
Correct.
Or could there, okay, so we shouldn't expect a situation where, unless there's some radical problem or something, that principals would deviate from this very much, right? Without some basis for doing it. I don't know what it would be.
Correct, and they would be contacting Dr. Smith in any variation or requests of variation.
All right, well, I just wanted to run through a little, thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Everybody's kind of said their piece. I kind of wanted to run through mine real quick as well. So most people are here and, concerned about the mask stuff, so I'll get straight to the point. I will vote to keep a district-wide mask mandate in place at all grade levels, at least until a vaccine is available to the elementary age children, plus a reasonable time afterwards for uptake of that vaccine. I won't walk a decision back to keep masks at the district, at least until that time, because I've seen some emails that, were like, what's your metric for this, and, how do you measure this and all that. That's the best I can do, if now that the legislature kind of, slipped up and the Act 1002 is down, I would have preferred this not to be on my plate, but I want to have a coherent answer for everyone, and that's me, if you're counting votes or whatever, that's my metric, is mask mandate district-wide until we've got the elementary age vaccine approval and enough time to get them into the arms, and et cetera, et cetera. So I want to move on from that. Dr. Mendota, we talked about this a little bit on the phone, but I wanted to do a little piece on this. I'm concerned about masks, and I'll vote to keep them, but I'm also concerned about, what happens in our building, at our building level, We learned this last year, or at least I did, is that lockdown buildings alienate our staff, parents, and students from each other, and it does damage morale. It was done last year in pursuit of, laudable goals, and I feel like the district did very well in that way, especially with our, no deaths, et cetera. So, but there was a trade-off there. I guess my concern is sort of like quality of life issues, less than just, staying alive, which is like the quality of life stuff, that goes on, especially at our elementary schools. And I'll give you an example, or a few examples. Parents being allowed to eat lunch with their kids, that's a big one for me. Having lunch in the cafeterias again, rather than having to eat them in the classroom. Our PTOs being able to operate at least at a minimal level, a dog and pony show. I can understand, not doing that because a lot of our PTOs like to show out. But, being able to exist and operate. Recess stuff, even simple stuff like, playing with balls and, things like that. Hope that, the COVID team will look at that and make sure that that's, that level of stuff is being communicated and thought about. Checking out books from the media center. I mean, I'm getting really small here, but those are, kind of important, especially to, when we're trying to get back to normal. Teacher appreciation events and honor assemblies. I love honor assemblies, I'll tell you. So I guess my concern is just, for the COVID team is how do we ensure a consistency of experience at our buildings? That's bit rhetorical. I don't mean to drag anyone up to answer that right now, but that's something I hope you'll be thinking about too, because we do have a lot of buildings in this district and they're far flung, And then the last thing is, I guess I'll just say, the ground level is where our parents and students live, and it's the little things that can make the most difference. So I just hope that we'll look for creative ways to make this year better. I understand the 15-minute, limit. We talked about that. I understand it, but, there may be some ways around that because I know we've talked about how outside changes things versus inside. So I would, lunch, most people like to spend longer than 15 minutes eating lunch if they can. So maybe there's some way that, for our schools that have like picnic benches outside or whatever, that could be extended as they agree to go outside and sit by themselves.
Well, I'm so happy you brought up the picnic tables. How many picnic tables do we have, Dr. Smith, in the district?
We ordered hundreds of them last year, so each school should have about 10 or 15 apiece, in addition to if they already had some. So they definitely have enough picnic tables because we were thinking about instruction outside when we understood it was safer for the kids to be outside. And as a member of the COVID team, Mr. Delaney, all the things that you said are on our radar, on our minds of how do we do them and be safe. How do we allow for so many parents to come in and do the things, going back to gym, just those, as much normalcy as we can and keep our people safe as possible is on our radar and on our mind. That's why we wanted to continue with open house. We wanted to make sure parents that wanted to walk their children in are able to walk their children in. How do we get back to having art and music? So that's on our mind, and each school is going to be given direction on how do we do that and continue to be safe, because their mind is what we did last year really worked for us, but we also know we disconnected from our community and our families. So that's at the top of our list. do we do these things? As far as we're concerned, the library media will be open this year. We will just wipe books down with the Lysol wipes so that kids can get books out. We've already discussed that piece of the work. So our minds are right where you are because we want the kids to have those opportunities. We also have the counseling department coming up tonight for a social emotional piece to do with the kids as they come back, and they have been disconnected from some of the work, so we'll be doing that as well. So our hearts are in the same place as yours and our families. We want them to come back, but we also want them to be safe. And so how do we do that? What does that look like? Do we create a sign-in sheet and say so many parents a day can do this, and you sign up each day? We don't know how, but we're going to do it, and we're going to make sure we take care of everyone.
Yeah. But you'd like to start out the year, following these protocols, and then they will grow as the data changes and as you figure out a way to add more flexibility, because, we did have Dr. Warren out there saying, we're looking for a normal year, as normal as possible.
We are.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you all so much.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to accept?
I have a motion from Ms. Gillen to accept the new COVID procedures, and a second from Mr. Thomas. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item, now, Mr. Trumper. Thank you for being patient. That was a very important discussion that we needed to have.
Dr. Brimley, Dr. McNulty, member of the board, pleasure to be with you all this evening. I think we've got some very good news to share with you all this evening about the refinancing of your 2017 bond issue that we sold a couple of weeks ago. On your I guess your iPads, you should have two documents. One is called a proceeds sheet, which is a breakdown of the sources and uses of funds, and then the other is the authorizing resolution. And what I would like to talk about first is the proceeds sheet. Does everybody see that? So we sold $69,120,000 worth of refunding bonds. We've dated the issue August 24th, and we're going to close the issue August 24th. You can see the receipt of funds was $69,120,000, and then you can see the distribution of those funds. We're going to the escrow fund to pay off the old bonds on October 1, 2022. You have the underwriter's discount, which is paid to the winning bidder of 1.795%. The municipal advisory fee, which is paid to Stevens, which is 0.145%. Bond counsel, and then you have the prepaid trustee fees on the 2017 bond issue. We have to do an escrow verification report, which came in at $2,500, and then we have the escrow agent fee. So the net remaining is $2,131.04, which will be sent to the district on closing on the 24th. So the savings that was realized by the district totaled $7,651,662.82. Of that amount, in the first 8 years, you will receive $7,600,996.56. And you can see a breakdown at the bottom of the page each school year on what those annual savings are. And of course, those are net of all of the fees and expenses that I mentioned in the uses of funds. So it came in at 6.724%. This was really right in line with what we talked about at the July board meeting. And so I think when you see the bids here momentarily from the resolution, you'll see we really got a great bid from Robert W. Baird. So $7.6 million in the first 8 years. And let me stop and see if anybody has any questions on this information right here. Just to give you an idea real quick, though, we're going from a 3.77% average coupon on this on the 17 issue to a true interest cost of a 2.79. Any questions on the proceeds sheet or the sources and uses of funds? The next document that you have is the resolution, and this is what requires formal action by the board to proceed forward with the refinancing and accept the bid of Robert W. Baird. When we put the bonds out for sale, the original amount was $69,360,000. Based on the bid that came in, we were able to downsize it, the issue, to $69,120,000, which helped increase our savings. You can see that we received 4 bids: Robert W. Baird, J.P. Morgan, Mesro Financial, and Wells Fargo Bank. And you can see the winning bid from Robert W. Baird came in at a 2.795959%. What's interesting to me about the other three bids, if they're right there at about the 3% level. So Baird had a big interest in your bonds, and it's my understanding that they had most of these bonds, if not all of them, already sold on that day. Thus, that's why we got the aggressive bid of the 2.795%. If you take a look at page 2, at the bottom of page 2, I'm going to highlight some of the things that I think are important, is that your trustee on this issue will be Bank OZK. That is selected by the winning bidder. Your first interest payment won't be until Feb. 1 of 2022. You'll continue to make your interest payments on February and August, and your principal payments on February 1. If you look at the top of page 3, this is a breakdown of how the bonds were reoffered to Robert W. Baird's customers. We had what we call serial maturities in the years 29 through 44, and then we had term bonds in 46 and 2048. What the term bond means is they took the year 2045 and combined it with 2046, and the year 2047 and combined it with 2048. And you'll notice in those two maturities, there's a much larger, what I call a block of bonds. You have $10.5 million in the 2046 maturity and $11.1 in the 2048. And then you can see the interest rate that the investor will earn depending upon which maturity they purchased. And all these bonds were sold at par, so they invest 100 cents on the dollar. When their bonds mature, they'll get 100 cents on the dollar. And so you can see that interest rate in 2029 is 1.45%, out to 2048 at 3%. At the middle of that page, it refers to the August 23, 2017 bonds that we are refinancing. This is the issue, that was your last voted issue on the millage extension, which paid for the renovations to Sylvan Hills. Pages 4 through 8 is the bond form, and there were 18 maturities, so there are 18 bonds. What I'd like to point out on this is on page 5, the middle of the page, it talks about the bonds are limited to general obligations of the district, and that the bonds are secured by a pledge of the proceeds of a tax continuation, the 14.8 mils. That's what was voted on in 2017. And then on page 6, you'll see how the sinking fund payments will be made on the term bonds. So when I mention those term bonds, you're not going to have a big lump sum payment in each one of those years. They will be principal retired in every year. And you can see on the 2046 maturity that in the first year, 2045, there'll be $5,195,000 matured or retired, and then in 2046, $5,335,000. And then in the 48 maturity, 2047, $5,485,000, and then in 2048, which is the final maturity, of $5,640,000. So those are what I think are the highlights of this resolution. Again, congratulations. I think we've got a great bid, and let me stop Dr. Rimley, see if anybody has any questions.
Does anybody have any questions on that?
Thank you for everything, Jack.
Thank you, Alicia.
Dr. McNulty, are these the savings that we're going to use partially to pay for the Maumelle track?
Yes.
All right, if there are no further questions from the board, do I have a motion on this resolution?
Move to approve this resolution.
Second?
It's been moved by Mr. Delaney and seconded by Ms. Gillen that we approve the resolution. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank
And
you,
then
Dr.
if you'll just stay right up there, I think you've got the next item on new business with the proposed budget of expenditures for the November 2nd, 21 annual school election.
Thank you, Dr. Rimley. So every year, every school district in Arkansas has to pass and approve what is called a proposed budget of expenditures for what will be the next fiscal year. And so we're talking about 22-23 fiscal year. Your all's annual school election is November the 2nd, and so that proposed budget has to be approved by the board and published in the newspaper at least 60 days before the election date, which there won't be any problem meeting that timeline. What makes this election a little bit interesting is that Dr. McNulty and I have been visiting over the past several months, is that you all have an opportunity that you're able to restructure 3 of your bond issues, your November 1, 2012, your March 15, 2016, and August 1, 2017 bond issue, and raise $80 million in new project funds for various projects that I know that the district has been discussing. What makes this interesting is that we are not changing the millage rate at all for the patrons of the Pulaski County Special School District. It is not going up, it is not being extended, it is, your current mills have been approved out to 2048 and nothing changes from that. What makes this happen is you have a memo, and what I'd like to do is if you could turn to Exhibit A, which is the second page, and this is what the debt service looks like based on the 2019 assessment. What makes this happen, or what makes this possible, is that you can see after the 2035 fiscal year, you have a tremendous drop-off in debt service of about $10 million a year. If you go to the next page, Exhibit B, well, first of all, let me point out, you'll notice that your debt service revenues on your 14.8 mills are slightly over $40 million, based on a 95% collection rate, but then based on your growth in assessment to 2020, that increases to approximately $41.8 million, $41,781,000. And so by restructuring those three issues, two of them mature in 2035, one of them mature in 2032, and extending those out to 2048 to what your current mills have been approved for, and then wrapping around that debt, in other words, having smaller debt service payments in the years 22 through 2035, and then when those bonds pay off, then you increase your payment beginning in the year 2036, and what we in essence are doing is we're leveling out your payment. And if you look at Exhibit C, which is the next page, you'll notice that we have your existing bond debt service requirements that show the drop-off after 2035, and then you have what we call the tax-exempt series, because two of the issues will be able to be refinanced or restructured with tax-exempt rates. One of them, your other 17 issue, has to be done with taxable because it's not callable until August of 2022. But you'll notice in your proposed total, you're leveled out at about $18,160,000 over the remaining repayment term of your bonds, and so that drop-off has been eliminated. And so what this is allowing the district to do is take advantage of that drop-off in debt service now by raising those project funds. But to even make it better is this schedule that you see here was before the refinancing. So you take the years 22 going out 8 years, you can drop that 18.6 by the savings that was realized on the refunding, so it's going to really be closer to about $17.1 million, and so that's going to improve your coverage revenues. So it provides the district with a way to generate project funds for various projects and not change the millage rate at all with the patrons of the Pulaski County Special School District. So that was kind of the idea.
Mr. Trumper, so what should I call it? Because is it an extension, or what are we calling what we're doing with these bonds?
I would call it a restructuring and extension of those three bond issues.
Yeah, okay.
Extending their maturity out to the 2048 maturity level, which is where the patrons have approved your all's debt service mills.
Dr. McNulty, I'm going to work on that, because I call things the wrong thing, like bonuses instead of.
Well, we will continue to enter dialogue.
Yeah, okay.
We'll be good,
All right,
Mr.
I'm going to do a Quizlet on this.
So, Mr. Delaney, yeah, it's a restructure and extension of those maturities, but not an extension of the mills.
Yeah, okay, so, and there's three issues in here that, I guess I'm going to use the word locked, right? Because at one time they were voted issues, right?
Oh, they could have been voted, some of them could have been second liens, which are secured by excess debt service
Oh,
revenues.
okay, so okay.
I can tell you real quick. The 2012 issue was a second lien. It did not have a pledged millage rate. And then the 16 and 17, the 2016 issue was secured by 14 mills, and then the 17 by 14.8. So
Okay,
two of the issues had a millage rate specifically pledged to them, one of them did not.
So the ballot language that's going to be presented to the voters, besides saying that it won't raise their interest rate, it essentially, the effect of it will be to open up these three issues to being able to be stretched out to 2048, right?
Yes, sir. What the ballot says is the ballot's going to say 40.7 mil school tax, and I've got a copy if you'd like me to hand out of what the ballot will look like. say 40.7 middle school tax, and then the top of it will say the total proposed school tax levy of 40.7 mils does not represent a rate increase from the rate presently being levied. And then, you all are voting on one tax rate, which is the 40.7. So it breaks down that 40.7 tax rate to 25 mils for general maintenance and operation, which we're required to have by our Constitution, 0.9 mil voted for dedicated maintenance and operation, dedicated specifically for technology purposes, and then your 14.8 debt service mills. And then it says the 14.8 existing debt service mills now pledge for the retirement of existing bond and indebtedness, which debt service mills will continue after the retirement of the bonds to which now pledged, will be a continuing debt service tax until the retirement of the proposed bonds to be issued in the maximum principal amount of $130,425,000, and which will mature over a period of 26 years. So when you take your 26 and your first payments in 2022, you're out to 2048. And then it states that the purpose of the bonds will be used for refunding certain prior bonds of the district and for erecting and equipping new school facilities and making additions and improvements to existing facilities. And then the surplus revenues produced each year by the debt service millage may be used by the district for other school purposes.
So because Little Rock School District's going to be doing a similar, a ballot issue as well, but if somebody were to say, what's the difference between what you're doing and what Little Rock's doing? Little Rock's doing like a true extension, right?
Correct.
They're getting extra years added on
Correct.
to their millage, debt service mills. But we're not adding extra years. We're simply working inside of the existing years to move stuff around.
We're taking advantage of that drop-off in debt service and leveling out your debt, and by doing that, you're able to raise the additional project funds without changing the millage rate at all.
My last question is so in one of these exhibits, have you done the analysis to show me or show us what our existing, yearly debt service payment is projected to be versus what it would be if the voters pass this?
Well, I would go to, of course, I have to use some assumptions on the refunding, and so I think right now, if you'll take a look at that Exhibit C, I think that's a close example, but knowing that your overall proposed annual payment is going to be reduced by the savings that you see on that proceeds sheet each one of those years. And so that's clearly something I could email to the district and could be forwarded out, but it gives us an idea.
I may have a call with you later.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, based on our interest rate assumptions, and we hope we're conservative in our interest rates assumptions, that we get lower rates than what I'm projecting.
I do have a question. So I'm very familiar with this structure. As a matter of fact, I have my polls closing in about 5 minutes for
Yes, it is.
it's almost 7:30. For something that we're doing very similar in another city. And communication and articulating this, and I think this is more directed towards the district, articulating this to our teachers, our parents, and the voters is going to be paramount. Because I know that every year we have to put something on the ballot, and I looked at the numbers every year. And even when there's nothing on there and we're not even asking for anything, it fails. And it fails every year just because they see it on there and it's an education piece. And so I am concerned for that because I know the work that I have put in, or again, the general basis is we have a house and we're refinancing the house and we're pulling out some equity to put in some new windows and a new roof. That is the very baseline for that. But if that is not communicated well, this will not pass. And so this is a challenge that if this is approved through this board, to every family in this district, to every person in Pulaski County, that you've got to be a champion of this district and of our children and of our facilities and of the things that we want for our families. Because we have a unique opportunity, and I do not foresee this happening again. Crystal ball, right, Jack?
Well, that doesn't happen very often.
It does not happen very often.
This is the second time that I've seen it.
And so while I see the band members out here today, and I see the families that I know are at home and on there who they have things, and we have schools that are in dire, dire need of our help. If this does not pass, then tell me how we're going to find the money. and again, this is a challenge to the people out there, but we've got some work to do. This district has a lot of work to do. The organizations, the PTOs, booster, everybody, I mean, this is a big rope, and we all gotta pull on it. And the fragments that we have had in this district over the years needs to cease. That has got to be over. Because this is way too important, and this is way bigger than one feeder pattern in one school. So.
And if it is not successful, excuse me, Dr. Remley,
Ms. Gillen, I
it'll
want
be
to,
the same rate.
I want to point out to, because I realize the people at home and the people sitting here in the audience can't see what we can see. But if you here at the board, and I'm going to read it to the people at home, if you look at page 40 on his document, it says what we're going to do with that $80 million. And I think that's one of the things that we have to get our community to appreciate and recognize. And this definitely speaks to what Faith Maynard was up here just a few minutes ago. So I want the audience to understand this is no increase.
Correct.
It's not extending anything out.
Correct.
It is the same, but it allows us to restructure it. And with that restructuring, we will be able to spend $15 million on Mills University High School Arena. We will spend $11 million on Maumelle indoor practice field, softball and baseball fields. We will spend $1 million on a Sylvan High School band room. We will spend $6 million on Harrison College Station retrofitting. We will spend $4 million on a new Northwest Transportation pound, and I believe that was the one that was talked about at Maumelle. We will spend $35 million on expanding Robinson High School. We'll spend $5 million on Baker expansion, which has been living in portables for years. We'll spend $2 million on district lighting upgrades. And if there is enough money left over, and I know Mr. Johnson, and he squeezes every nickel he can get out of that. So there is not any question in my mind that there'll be more than enough left over, and a lot more, for district integration, which I'm assuming has something to do with technology.
Not just technology, but also HVAC systems. Now, we're gonna use American Rescue Plan to take care of our most dire. So that, I mean, we've got the American Rescue Plan that's gonna deal with a lot of the things that we're not covering here. And then, you know, for example, we'll spend $6 million on Harris and College Station, but it doesn't count the HVAC systems we're gonna put in their buildings. So it's gonna be much more than that. Mills Middle School is gonna get another HVAC system because they really need it. Sylvan Hills, the old section needs a new So we're gonna be doing things that don't count into this $80 million. And then for the schools that haven't been touched, here's the good news. We do the work here that frees up more money to support them. It's a really great way of distributing service and funds to need. You know, for example, Robinson High School is the fastest growing high school in the state. And if we were to get it to 1,500 students, we feel we could fill that up. We know Baker always has a waiting list. And we also know that Harris and College Station, although they may have the class size for student to increase, we need to refit them so they're modernized, so that they are the best for the students in their community. So the band room, for example, and I was so appreciative of that because it felt like, hey, we're kind of working on the same page, that we're going to be able to provide with $1 million very similar to what you saw at Maumelle, if not more. So we're kind of excited about that, and we know that we have to have a fast start on this construction process.
And not to, I'm sorry, go Tina.
I know that we look at like Robinson, how it's attracting more students. I think because College Station and Harris Elementary, that will put us in a unique position that if you make the represent and show that we're putting into the school, I think we can get more children to come back to the school.
Agreed.
But you can't just leave them out there like they just are lost, like we're not paying attention. I went there, and that was like 50 years ago, and it's still the same. Oh yeah, I'm for real. College Station is the same. We had to go outside to pass class. I mean, they have to, I mean, it's just not, it's not safe. Not saying that College Station community is not safe, but the fact that anybody can walk up to a classroom door for students, pre-K, it's time. And
It
so
is.
if it's any kind of way that I can relay the message to the people in my zone, Harris Elementary needs upgrading. That I believe that if we can make it look good on the outside and then show them that we got quality stuff going on the inside, I think we can get a lot of more students back into our district. But we can't do it by them driving by and saying, oh, it's looking the same.
And I think that was one of the great conversations Mr. Johnson and I had, is we can do a lot of modernization for $6 million to do both buildings. And the other piece is that's just not talking about the HVAC systems that we need to put into the building. So it's going to be more than that. We believe that we can bring our young people and our families back to those buildings because they're historic. The professional staff are passionate, and our children are wonderful.
Yeah,
So what a great opportunity for us.
Yeah, we're under a ununique situation. We don't have a mayor of the city of College Station. We don't have a mayor of McAlma. So therefore, we got Sherwood, they got a mayor, and a lot of things get advocated real quick and you can get things done. But I got a zone that's real unique. Look at Daisy Bates off by itself, So we got to do a little bit better for our
We agree with you.
rural areas.
Yeah.
If I could also make one more point, because I don't have an opportunity, is that in years past in other administrations, I remember they used to come around with this bright, shiny pamphlet, this book. Remember the year they came through with the book with all the things that we were going to do, and then they were going to out-leverage our district. We were in fiscal distress. We did not have a legal fund balance that was appropriate with the state. We had failing grades. We had teachers who were dissatisfied. We had parents who were dissatisfied, and they were trying to ask us to increase our taxes. Those years are gone. We are fiscally solvent. We are, again, our legal fund balance, we are within budget every single year and have been. Thank you so much for your hard work back there. Kudos to you. We have an administration who has a head up and an eye forward when it comes to PBIS and AVID and everything else that we're doing. So I hope that the rhetoric of years past and past administrations does not overshadow the importance of this, because again, where we were even just when we got here 5-6 years ago, we were coming out of state control, y'all. We were not doing well. But right now, PCSSD is the prize of Central Arkansas. We are leading the charge on so many measures and so many initiatives, and we should continue to by improving these schools and the schools that we have been on our radar since the day we got the seat, and this is our opportunity. So again, thank you. I just wanted to say that tonight. Jack, I guess you can have the floor.
Did Mr. Johnson want to say anything since he was on the, I believe he was on the presentation list too?
I'll just come up by Jackie. I think we fought real hard over the last 3 years, and this is year 4 now, for unitary status within the district to prove to everyone that we're putting the best foot forward on behalf of the district, residents, more importantly, students of the district. This initiative will definitely tip the balancing scale to get us to where we need to be at from an equity standpoint across the whole district. And it's time. To talk about College Station, to talk about Harris, let's not talk about them anymore. Let's just do something about them. I have no fear whatsoever that we can take the funds and basically stretch them across the district to be successful for every student that we basically impact their lives daily in a positive manner, opposed to speculating. So I'm behind it. I think we're all committed to it. I think it's the right move to make on behalf of the district, and we'll move it forward, if possible, with your vote and your blessing.
Does the board have any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion on this resolution?
Motion to accept.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Gillen and seconded by Ms. Ward that we approve the resolution to put the extension of the restructuring of the, yes, do you want me to read it?
I would say the resolution adopts the proposed budget expenditures for the 2022 fiscal year. And in the proposed budget, it has the language that is very similar to what we just showed you on the ballot that talks about what's happening with each one of the mills and the bonds that are being authorized. So I think the way it would be to, with what you just said, Dr. Remley, and to approve the proposed budget of expenditure for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022 to and including June 30, 2023.
Okay, so that, I'm sure that is what you're referring to.
That is exactly what I meant to say, absolutely,
I
thank
was
you.
pretty
Thank you for
sure that-
articulating my
that I heard
thought.
those words roll right out. So it's been moved by Ms. Gillen and seconded by Ms. Ward. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you all very much. We'll have some papers to sign, and we can do that at the end of the meeting.
Thank you very much. And does everybody have to sign?
No, just yourself, Mr. Delaney, and Dr. McNulty. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your hard work, because that's going to pay for lots of things. And I'm going to say it once again, although I know everybody on the board already knows that. No district funds can be expended on this. This is equity work, or hard work on sweat equity is what I'm thinking, on PTOs and staff and administration and board and our community. So it's got to be worked on by everybody.
A positive sales extension campaign will need to be formalized through organizations outside of the district, because you cannot spend taxpayer money to tell a person how to vote. So again, the charge is up to you, the parents, the teachers, and the families of this district.
And keep reminding them it's not a change. They're not going to spend any more money. The next item on the agenda is Sylvan Hills High Athletic Facilities Foundation loan. Dr. McNulty?
Sure, I was requested by the board, take a look at a foundation loan that was utilized for the Sylvan Hills High School football field. I believe it's box office and then the bleachers. And no, so I'm gonna stop for a second. Mr. Allen, could you come up real quickly? Thank you, Mr. Allen. He is a Sylvan Hills High principal, and I am going to defer to him real quickly on the process there.
Yeah, press box and bleachers were not a part of that process.
Okay.
Yes. I'll try to be as brief as possible with it, but you were talking a moment ago about Robinson being the fastest growing school in the state. Mm-hmm. And I've got some numbers that I can show you that will kind of align with our growth when we took off. Mm-hmm. I'd like to say when Tracy Allen showed up at Sylvan Hills High School, population exploded. I cannot take that credit. So really it was with this project that we were able to put together. We got with some members in our community. At that time, we had a really aging school. The interior of our school looked tremendous, but the outside facilities they looked like they were decayed and deteriorating. I came over to Sylvan Hills from North Little Rock. Of course, first big event you have is football games, and so everybody was asking me, why in the world did you leave North Little Rock to go to Sylvan Hills? My answer to everybody was, I will put my teaching staff at Sylvan Hills against the staff I had at North Little Rock any day of the week. Your child will get a better education at Sylvan Hills than they will at North Little Rock. Their responses was, but look at this place. Hard to argue. So we met with several people in our community, talked about mayors of Sherwood. We got with the mayor, a lot of our local elected officials, and we put together a plan. At that point in time, the district was under state control. So the district really couldn't do anything as far as physical upgrades. So we put together a plan. We determined that our football stadium area was the most visible area of our campus, where when people saw that stadium and they saw the upgrades, if we were able to do something, that we would be able to get some real significant growth. And so we created a 501c3. We hit the streets. We've got this bond plan that we're going for. I'm going to tell you right now, you have to have a strategic plan on how you're going to get that message out to all the communities. We've been through that. We've lived it, and it's a lot of work. It's not easy. But we were able to create a 501c3 with First Arkansas Bank and Trust. They were able to do a loan with us. Matter of fact, Mr. Larry Wilson, he's the president of Fab&T. And so if you have any specific questions in regards to the loan, he can answer that for you. But I just want to kind of highlight kind of what we did with the project. We put in a new press box up front. We were able to turf the field. At the time, the district was getting ready to do a track, but they came to me because they didn't have enough funds, so we incorporated part of the track construction into that project as well. But we did not have anything as far as bleachers or press box. We still have the same bleachers that were there when I was a student there many, many years ago. Same press box that was there when I was a student many, many years ago. Although we did have some recent upgrades, and it looks much better now. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. But once this process took place, the stadium project, we opened it up in the 2014 school year. So to talk about student growth, the 2013 school year, and I'm using the 8-day count as far as these numbers and how many students we had. The year prior, we had 813 students. The next year in 2014, we grew to 882. After that first full year, it increased to 981. In 2016, we grew to 1,244 students in grades 9 through 12. At that point in time, we were growing so fast, we had to shrink our attendance zone. We took the eastern attendance zone, eastern side of our attendance zone. Some of those students were then sent to Mills. The western side of our attendance zone, those students were sent to Maumelle. And so even after that, 1,244 students, we shrunk our attendance zone. The following year, we still grew to 1,452 students. Then the next year, in 2018, 1,517 on our 8-day count. And so, in addition to that, as far as participation numbers, obviously when your school grows, participation numbers within that stadium grows. Our football team before that project had 64 players, grades 9 through 12. Today we have over 120. And boys and girls soccer, we had 50, now we're over 70. In track, we had about 55, now we're close to 80. In band at that time, we were running a little over 100 in 9 through 12, and now it's over 150 as far as the people that use those facilities. So what I want to tell you is whenever you listen to the report that's about to be made, that stadium project with the growth, and you look at the per pupil money that we receive as a district, and you look at the growth from the time that this project started, it has been a tremendous asset for the district. And so I want you to keep that in mind. And I want Robinson to continue to grow, because if that happens, it's going to be a tremendous asset for our district. We want all of our areas to grow. It's good for the district, makes the district stronger. So I just want to let you guys know that this is a loan that it's time for it to get taken care of. I hope that board, you guys will strongly consider taking the loan of the Bears Foundation and paying it off, because it's time for it to be taken care of. And if y'all have questions on why we're at that point, why we still have so much money on that loan, I'll be happy to answer those questions too.
And so I was charged with the board to look into this, and then I felt like the best way to approach this situation was to bring in an attorney. And actually, Michelle Allgood had done a lot of the work in the memo that you got. And part of the reason, and first off, I want to say the integrity of the leadership at Sylvan Hills is unquestioned. They did everything they needed to do for students. They continue to do everything you need to for students, and it is great to see the participation. The difficulty for this administration is that, like we're approaching Maumelle, we believe that we would have come to you and we would have found district money, and we would not have put such a burden on you. We wouldn't do a burden on Maumelle. We are going to find the money, and thank you, Ms. Roulette. But here we are, and we have district facilities, and we have a situation regarding the loan. So, sir, I didn't get a chance to meet because I was on the road. I'm trying to ward off traffic to hit my car. So please introduce yourself and the law firm, and your firm has done an analysis of the current situation, legality of acquiring the loan and the complexity of it.
Right, and thank you. My name is John Bryan with Mitchell Williams Law Firm. I'm pinch hitting for Michelle Allgood this evening. But we have, as part of your board information, a memo, as Dr. McNulty said, that sort of goes through the background of how we got to this point in our recommendation after we have reviewed everything. Our legal recommendation basically comes down to that we recommend that the board, the district act now, sooner is better than later, to purchase these assets that were originally financed by the loan. I just want to make it clear that this would be a purchase of these assets from the 501c3 or from Sylvan Hills, and not just a direct payoff of the loan to the bank. What that would be our recommendation is that there would be a purchase of these assets at a price that's equal to the payoff amount of the loan to First Arkansas, with a requirement in that agreement that those proceeds are to be used to pay off the loan at that point. Now, the source of funds for the purchase, our recommendation is to use amounts that are currently sitting in the construction fund for the 2017 bonds, which are the bonds that are going to be refunded. There are still enough funds in that construction fund to allow this loan to be paid off, and these facilities that originally were financed by the loan are facilities that were authorized and approved and would fall under what was allowable use for the bonds back in 2017. And so, in our opinion, the purpose is authorized under that bond issuance, and with the district's contract with the bondholders, and doing so would not negatively affect the tax exemption of those bonds. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, I got a question. Well, Mr. Allen, you stated a whole lot of we. Who are the we's? You said we went and we did this, we took out this loan, sound like we took matters in your own hands. So who is we?
Yeah. The initial we is when we met with the leaders within our city. We brought in local civic leaders, we brought in local business leaders, and that's where we identified, we as a school and as a community, what the greatest area would be for us to work on as far as improving the exterior components of our school. And so then from there, as far as the we portion, it was actually when we created the 501c3, I'm one of the signers of that loan.
Okay.
So I'm a part of that. Jason Young, who's now the principal at Mill High, at the time he was at Sylvan Hills Elementary, he was one of the signers of that loan.
Okay.
And then we also have some other people within our community that are part of that as well.
Okay, so why aren't the we's taking care of the loan?
All right, with this project, what we were doing is we were selling ads on our football field to work on paying off toward the loan.
Okay.
And so really we generated about $400,000 worth of revenue toward that. We had some of our key people who were going to purchase ads to go on the field that ended up backing out on us. The administration of the school district at the time, different administration group, they told us, don't worry about it, we're going to take care of this for you.
Who is that?
That was at the time the superintendent, Dr. Guess, and then also the guy who was over facilities at the time, which was Eric Scott.
So we need to find them. Okay.
Yes. But at that time, what they told me was, we are now going to put in upgrades in the new field at Mills. We're going to put new upgrades in at Robinson. We could have never done this if you did not go out and put this in place at Sylvan Hills. And now that you've done that, we're able to put fields at the other two high schools. So don't worry about it, we're going to take care of it. Well, then they were gone.
So, as you know, I like to address the elephant in the room. So I've heard that Sherwood have strong intentions of having their own district. Is that true? You ever heard of that?
I hear the same things, yes.
Oh, okay. So, and it also sounds like if I was to go out and purchase a new Cadillac because I want to look good to come to the board meetings, I got that responsibility. I took that responsibility on my own. So I'm trying to see where is it legally, how can we legally pay for something that the Wees decided to do on their own? How is that legal?
Well, in this particular case, the loan is with the 501c3.
Right.
That is true. But the 501c3 was made up of many school and district officials. It purchased property and improvements that was used and is being used by the school, by the district at no cost to the district up to this point. There is a loan that has been, that was taken out for the facilities in a bank that needs to be repaid for that loan. And so inaction at this point potentially could lead to additional issues. I'm thinking litigation down the road when this payment is not made. The bank has been agreeable to roll it over for a couple of years now, but I don't know that would be, you could assume that that's going to continue. At that point, it becomes a bigger mess. At this point, it can be taken care of at the amount that I believe it's of the loan, which is about $650,000, $700,000 at this point. If it is not paid off, there's a very good chance that the district would be brought into litigation about this.
The district?
It is very possible.
But it was the 50.
Even with the 501c3.
That they formed on their own, we could go to court for their.
I'm saying that if litigation was brought, there is a likelihood that would be the argument that is made by the lender. Now,
By community? That would be like if I want to make a cosmetic change to College Station and a group of College Station people get together, the community get together and say, hey, we ain't going to wait on the district. We're going to go out and we're going to form our own group, our own committee, and we're going to start working on the upkeep of College Station Elementary School. So how is it that it's the responsibility of this district to go back and pick up, because we wanted to make a cosmetic change? We didn't say that the band room was leaking. We didn't say none of that, oh, we need some immediate action. No, we wanted to look good, so it was more of a cosmetic. That's the problem that I have.
And I guess this is one of the things I would add to it. Every penny that was used was for upgrades on our property. There was nothing personal at all. We turned over our books, everything that we used as far as documenting the process. It's all part of district property. And so that district property, when you look at the growth that it created in our student population, it created a lot of money for the district. So it was really a tremendous investment for the district. And of course, our motto is equity and excellence. So when you look at the 4 high schools now, every one of them have new turf fields, new tracks, and the district has paid for that. The district hasn't paid for a penny of ours on that end. The other schools, they also have brand new bleachers, brand new press box. We don't have that.
We can go through a whole list of what we ain't got and we ain't got. That's a tennis match back and forth.
It is.
But I just feel like that loan was taken out by community leaders that should be responsible for that loan and for making a cosmetic change. Not, like I said, not because there was leaks in the roof, nothing like that.
And the loan wasn't taken out by the community. It was taken out by me, Jason Young, and one other individual.
Okay, so what is the problem now with making the payments? What happened with the payment?
We had initially, and it's been several years now, but we had some of the people who were going to purchase some of the sponsorships that backed out on us. And so the district leaders at that time, and again, they're not here now, but they told us, don't worry about it. We've got you, because now we're able to do this at the other schools, and because we're doing it at the other schools, it's only right that we take care of this for you.
Have y'all went back to Sherwood and asked? Have y'all asked them first to help whereas that partnership and people didn't buy ads? Have you tried to go back and,
When we were going out, we were hitting the streets, and it wasn't just Sherwood, we were all over Little Rock, North Little Rock, and towns outside of Central Arkansas.
what I'm saying is, have you tried that again before
We have not.
bringing that burden here? Okay.
Are there any other questions by board members?
I do have a few, thank you. So, keep on referencing the foundation. Can you please give me the name of the official foundation?
Sylvan Hills Bears Foundation, it's a 501c3 nonprofit that we created.
And you also mentioned that you turned over your books and all of your information, to whom you turned the books over to?
And then I went right to the attorneys.
Okay, I just want clarification on that. There also, this is not for you, the lawyer. So in this, there's three different, so from a dollar amount standpoint, what exactly dollar amount are you proposing legally?
The
That
current,
that you're expecting the board to pay today?
the current outstanding balance of the bank loan, I don't have that exact dollar amount.
Well, that's very important.
Yeah,
Mr. Wilson, do you happen to have the exact dollar amount?
Yes, ma'am. The current principal balance is $692,447.82. Interest owed through today is $19,552.04. Total owed is $711,999.86.
And how long has this currently been in default? How long has this currently been in default or non-payment been made?
It is currently past due for interest, and I don't know how many, I think it's 2 or 3 months past due for interest. And, you know, we collected interest annually since the principal reductions were made. And I don't think anybody pointed out that maybe not, there was over $1 million worth of improvements that weren't cosmetic. They were significant improvements. When you go from a grass field to a turf field, it's a big deal.
So now you're saying it was over $1 million because in this original cost assets, and again, I guess what's why I'm a little confused is we're over $1 million, like how far over $1 million? Because my far over $1 million and your far over $1 million may be very different. So I guess I'd like to see what was the original exact loan?
Yeah.
What were the original exact payments?
Yeah, our loan was for about $1 million, but we made some of the payments prior to taking out the loan.
That's what I'm saying. So we have
So-
here's what it is, here's how many payments we've made, and then what additional payments were made, and then at what point did we start getting some interest charges, which tax things back up to where they are today. Again, we're just getting real loose on numbers, and Tracy, again, I understand where you were. Believe me, we debated this one in our community as well. We have a foundation set up, and
Yeah, actually, the district leadership at that time asked me if I would go out to Robinson and meet with their community.
I know, and again, thankfully, we did not pull the trigger on our own endeavors, because we'd have a lot of schools in the same boat. So again, I'm getting real loose on these numbers, and I'm not comfortable with that. I need some specifics. Like, I'm not just gonna hand out a $700,000-ish check and allocation, because again, sorry, I don't like the issues.
I want to see the PCSSD, I guess, what the names? I want to see the loan. Can I see the loan?
I don't have any loan documents with me, but
So who are you?
I'm Larry.
The loan officer?
No, I'm president of the bank, Larry.
Oh.
And I didn't anticipate showing loan documents, or I would have brought them.
Oh, okay.
But the loan documents speak for themselves. You all have gotten information, the law firm's gotten information about how much is owed and all that, and it changes daily. So as of today, it's $711,999.86. And so,
I wanna see who all names on the loan.
Well,
Who got that?
I can tell you that it was the Sylvan Hills Bear Foundation, and we had a couple of officers, Tracy and perhaps Denny, I don't remember.
Myself, Jason Young, and a lady in the community by the name of Shannon Sanders.
Okay, none of the board members' name is on that?
No.
No affiliation?
It was not a loan to the school district, it was a loan to the foundation. We have been a partner with the school district for years, over 25 years. We did this even though it had risk because the school district was not obligated, never was. But we knew, I played in that rundown stadium in 1966, so I mean, it's old and it
Okay.
needed fixing.
Okay.
And these folks developed a plan to bring it up to current standards, put turf in, and convinced several people in the community, in the area, to contribute to it through logos on the field.
Okay.
And really, that gets down to a contribution.
Okay.
And that's what we and others did.
Okay.
And so, I don't remember exactly what the original loan amount was, but there have been, as Tracy pointed out, some of the original pledges did not develop. One or two big ones, as I recall. And so, we have fulfilled our pledge along the way. Others have done so, but several big ones dropped out.
Okay.
So that's why the Bear Foundation finds itself in the situation it is. In the meantime, Sylvan Hills school spirit has grown exponentially. Got these band members here.
Yes.
Everybody's got the fever over there.
Yes.
It all started with the improvements to the stadium.
Yep.
And the school district, if they
I got
choose
the
to pay this, they will get $1 million asset that they've been using for several years, 6 years, 7 years, and haven't paid a dime for it. But look at what it's meant to the school and to the area and to Sherwood. I mean, it's a big deal. And so when over $1 million was spent on it, you're basically getting a 30% discount on the improvements because we and other businesses in the area paid it down to where it's roughly $712,000.
So you're the president
Yeah,
of the bank?
yes.
Oh, right. And you played on the Sylvan Hills field. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
know
but
what
I
it's
was playing
like.
for Jacksonville.
Conflict of interest, okay.
I was playing for Jacksonville.
Okay.
We didn't win.
Okay. Well, like I said, again, you're supposed to be in favor of it. That's your bank. You need your money. But as far as us legally paying for what a organization, I'm not no attorney, but I like what you said when you said they took it upon themselves as an organization and made those improvements. So why wouldn't they take care of it? Why wouldn't it be their responsibility? Because it's connected to the school?
Morally, it is. In reality, they don't have the resources to pay that. The Bear Foundation is not able to raise money to pay that off now. I mean, that's the cold hard facts.
Okay.
And during the work they did, though, resulted in a wonderful facility that's a huge asset of the district that has really made a difference at Sylvan Hills High School. Your example about getting a car and
Yeah,
all that, but if you get a car and then give it to the district and you don't use it,
I'm a board
that's
member.
that's what this was about. These guys, bought the car, gave it, put it in effect, put the field in, and they didn't get any benefit of it. I mean, personally, at all.
Let the attorney do it. Okay.
Do what?
No, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was just, there's a difference in a foundation raising money and using it for the foundation's benefit. Foundation gave it to the district, and it's been a tremendous asset.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I mean,
Mr. Delaney?
I'm okay with, Ms. Ward and Ms. Gillen ventilating this as much as they like. But I read the memo. I think I understand what's going on here. And I look at it like this. In the last Maumelle got built in 2010, but in the last 10 to 11 years, we've gone through a round of capital purchasing at all our secondary schools, essentially, except for like Mills Middle and Robinson High School. We bought a new field for Maumelle. We bought a new field for Mills. We bought a new field for Robinson. We never bought a new field for Silver Hills. They just have one. Okay? And I would have never have wanted it to have been done this way. I understand that it was a very needful thing at the time to get that field. And that probably was where the problem came in, is that if we look to the future, we would have known that, if we knew the future, we would have known that, there would have been an extension and all this. This Sylvan Hills project that's still ongoing, we're mostly done. I believe that field would have had to have been purchased as part of that project to begin with, that if it hadn't have already been improved. The district has the benefit of those things. How it came to get them is the messy part. But we would have always built that field and those improvements as part of the Sylvan Hills project. And from the memo, our attorneys don't believe we own those things right now. So I am comfortable purchasing those things. I don't care about the loan. The loan is irrelevant to me. What matters to me is the physical assets that are sitting on district's land that is clouded. The ownership of those things are clouded to me. We would have bought a field for Sylvan Hills and all those things. So I want to get it taken care of. I want to know that we own those things, just like I know we own the Robinson field, the Mills field, and the Maumelle field. So that's why I'm comfortable, since attorneys are involved and they're going to execute this transaction with the nonprofit, I'm comfortable moving forward. I spoke with the superintendent yesterday about this. I know what will happen, moving forward. It's not going to be a thing where, we go to Ms. Rowlett and say, cut a check and hand it to Larry Wilson. That's not what's going to happen here. Our attorneys are going to sit down and they're going to execute the purchase of those items. Okay? And that's why I'm comfortable moving forward with this, because we didn't build them. I don't think we own them. Our attorneys seem to not believe that. And so I'm comfortable moving forward. So I will vote to do this.
Any other comments?
The reason why I'm going to vote no is because, since we're going to say why, the reason why I would vote no is basically because it seems to me that with the intentions of Sylvan Hills forming their own district, if they was all PCSSD, okay, well, let's go get our property. Let's go ahead and purchase our property. But with the strong intentions that I believe that's gonna happen as far as Sylvan Hills becoming their own district, it's like we're paying off their loans so that they can move forward with what they're trying to do. It's not about PCSSD.
Okay,
I hear what you're saying, or I get what you're saying, but I will just say, if that does happen, whenever it happens down the road, whatever district, whatever school splits away, they have to buy those assets. Like Jacksonville had to buy their stuff from us when they split off. So even if it happens, Sherwood would still have to buy it back from the district to split off. That's what we had to do with Jacksonville.
so that's the ironic thing about, building a new high school at Sylvan Hills and everything.
Yeah.
It's actually easier for them to detach if they don't have to buy a new high school and a new field back, okay? So if they were to ever leave, which I've seen no evidence of any, and that's out of their control, okay? Like the State Board of Education, like they decide all that. So the thing is that the more money you sink into Sylvan Hills, the harder it is for them to detach. So, that's not how this works, is the district buys these assets, and then it's somehow easier for them. It's actually, more difficult, because now they're gonna, if they were to ever take those, they have to purchase them.
Mr. Delaney, can I just add one thing about our conversation, just because I think you made a good point when we talked. I was uncomfortable with the process of putting people in a position to develop a 501c. And you talked about, in my uncomfortable, I would never do that in this leadership position. And we talked about a policy potentially that you were going to request. And I know if Dr. Williams is in the room, because she is the one that makes us all right. Okay, that we would look at a policy that the district could not ask another 501c to be made, because if it's ours, we need to build it. And I'm going to tell you this, that kind of control is very important, because I don't want to put good people in a situation that whatever promises were made by another administration, that the next administration has to deal with it.
That's right, and the discussion has gone on a while, but we did talk about that, and that is something, glad you reminded me of that, is because the other reason why I would be comfortable in doing this is because I talked with the superintendent, and he's in agreement with me that we need to have a policy in place to prevent this type of thing from happening, because, it's not a good thing. I mean, there's a lot of well-taken points here today that this is not the way to, construct improvements on district property. And, we had to let them on the property to do these things. It's like, you just didn't wake up one day and realize that there was a new football field at Sylvan Hills. Like, this district, had to permissibly allow something to happen, okay? And so we need a policy, and that's what I was talking to Dr. McNulty about, is that's the other reason I'm comfortable going forward after talking with the superintendent, is that we're going to get a policy together before this board to prevent these type of things from happening again, because this is like incredibly awkward, but, and I understand the, concern about it, but that's just why I just look at it like, this money that we're spending is coming from the Sylvan Hills bond money, and they would have had a new field, because everyone else got a new field. So, the mechanics of how it arrived at Sylvan Hills disturbs me, and that's what the policy, I would want to have to prevent that from happening. But the idea of buying this field that we have on our property doesn't disturb me that much, especially when we have our attorneys, executing it, in a way that protects us.
Well, and thank you for bringing that up, because that was actually going to be one of my either amendments to approval or things like that, because while we make decisions every day, we set a precedence of how we're going to respond and act for if this comes up again. And I would hate for us to, hypothetically, the indoor does not go, so we're going to go raise funds in Maumelle and build our own indoor, and now it's ours and not you. It's messy, and it's not good for the cohesiveness of the district. So if we are going to be putting together an approval of this, again, I'd like for the approval to be, does it need to be for the exact amount? Or does it need to be that we enter into discussions with our lawyers not to exceed a dollar amount?
you know, I'm going to,
With also the amendment that we also establish a board policy regarding this.
right. You know, I actually, from the district administration, the board policy, I think is a critical piece for us as we move forward, so that we don't get ourselves in this difficulty. The second piece is, from district administration, if the board requests us to enter a negotiation to settle the issues around where we are today, the district administration will do that in consultation with our attorneys and the bank and the 501c. I think that in that discussion, I think the depreciation of the field has to be a discussion. And that's not something that is here or now, but, you know, we just put in a football field at Maumelle, and we found out that, and thank God, Mr. Johnson, we're gonna make sure that the next board 10 years down the line won't have the same issue, that we're gonna, we had a bad foundation. And so we would wanna make sure that everything is set to go, because I do understand that, you know, from our students' point of view, our students are playing on that field right now, and our fans are on that field, and it has made a difference. So if I'm looking at here and today, and I will follow the will of the board on this decision, we will do whatever we need to do. But I would never, I'm going to say one more time, I would never lead our district down this kind of solution. We would buy you a field with district funds, and we would do it so that it was in our control the entire time. And I want to just be upfront with you, and I appreciate your integrity, Mr. Allen.
Because
I will add, there was an approval process. The board was under state control, and there was not a board commissioner of education that ultimately had to sign off.
Right.
But we also must be mindful that we also are gonna have to look at replacing your field in the next 2 to 3 years, correct?
Probably 3 to 5, yes.
Hey, I like that number better than mine. I was putting a 10-year mark on it.
All right,
Alright, sound like y'all need to
10
sue
years.
Derek.
if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion?
Oh, how are we structuring that?
Yeah.
I got, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh,
No, I have one more question.
Okay.
Can they sue, Derek Scott and Derek Guest? Since they reneged on, they lied to them as far as what they could do and what they were gonna do for them, and now they're stuck in alone, so.
Yeah, I really can't comment on that. I'm not familiar enough with everything that went on in the discussions back then, but, I'm not saying it's not a possibility, but, I don't have enough information to answer that.
Okay.
do I have a motion?
I move to approve the recommendation of our attorneys concerning the purchase.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Delaney and seconded by Ms. Gillen that we follow the recommendation of the attorneys on the Sylvan Hills assets. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
No?
Ms. Ward, will you admit you're the only no?
Yes.
All right.
Do we also need to
Motion
do a
carries.
secondary?
And then, I don't think we need a motion on that? Are we talking about the policy?
We're gonna get a policy, right, Dr. McNulty?
Yes, we are.
So,
So that we don't get ourselves in this
And then we'll
position
approve the
again.
policy once it's presented.
Yes, and we will be working on it for the next board meeting. And we also will probably enter with our attorneys. We may also probably bring in Jay Beckett into that conversation.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming.
thank you.
Next item on the agenda is Quaver Ed Social Emotional Learning, and I believe this is with Ms. Green, and this is some of the pieces that Dr. Smith referred to a few moments ago.
Good evening, everyone. You have before you two quotes regarding social and emotional learning resources that would be for elementary and secondary level classes. Do you have any questions regarding the resources?
I don't have any questions. I think it's a good idea. I think we've got lots of kids with problems.
Yep.
Thank you for looking into this and
I move we approve.
Second. It's been moved by Mr. Thomas and seconded by Ms. Ward. All those in favor say aye. 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 Pose same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Do you want to stay up there for the panorama social emotional learning?
Yes.
But wait, there's more.
That one will be for the secondary children.
Same thing, the panorama would be the resources that we would use for the secondary level students at those schools.
Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Thomas, seconded by Ms. Ward. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. Thank you so much, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
COVID incentives. Ms. Burgess.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Before you, you have the proposal for, oh, I can hear myself, okay. The proposal for the COVID incentive that we have for all employees that work at least 25 hours or more for PCSSD. Do you have any questions?
I got one. I love the policy. I love the incentive to get people to get the shot and all that. But the one question I did have, were we gonna give them 10 days of paid COVID leave if they if they have a close contact? Well, part of the CDC says if you've been vaccinated and you come in close contact, you don't have to quarantine. So if they don't get vaccinated, that means they have to quarantine. So we gonna reward them for that?
Well, it's a case-by-case basis. You know, we still have our COVID hotline that's managed by our nurses. So those questions are asked. So you're exactly correct. If you have been vaccinated and you're not showing symptoms, you do not have to go home. However,
That was my only question.
However, we do have situations that we've been faced with, like the students who cannot be vaccinated if they're quarantined and they need to take care of their children. So we're trying to accommodate that as well. And trying to incentivize through the $200 to become vaccinated, so then they will not hopefully use the 10 days.
And one thing too, we're also gonna incentivizing too, if you get the vaccine and you don't have to be quarantined, we're gonna give you $87 for each day you don't use.
That's right.
Which is another, that's a pretty nice perk.
It is.
That's a nice trip to Destin, Florida, at the end of the year.
So, and again, I just want to be clear, so everybody receives 10 days whether they're vaccinated or they're not vaccinated, is that correct?
You only get the 10 days if you need the 10 days.
Gotcha.
So it's not an automatic, okay, I'm gonna gain 10 days right now. If I'm never contacted and I'm never exposed, at the end, like Dr. McNulty said, then you will be paid, so that's like another incentive. So they don't just get to utilize it based on it's 10 days out there. They have to go through the COVID hotline, they have to be deemed a close contact or quarantine, and then they can utilize those 10 days.
And so hypothetically, we'll just say hypothetically, someone who's non-vaccinated goes through their 10 days, then they're gonna have to start their vacation or their personal days, or is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Because
and-
currently, that's what they're doing. We don't have COVID leave in place, so if somebody is quarantined right now or on COVID leave, they're having to utilize their own leave.
So what if the weird one, all right, a non-vaccinated person does not use any of their 10 days, do they receive the $87 at the end?
Yes, they do.
That was my point.
I was gonna say, because that's a
fine.
tough one for me, because, however, what if they just do not report it properly?
Well, we are hoping that all of our professionals will report it, like we're asking them
I'm
through the
trying
COVID
to
hotline.
give-
Exactly,
I'm
fingers
trying to
crossed. That's right, and our nurses also get indicators from 88. So if they don't call us, they will sometimes get emails, and then they will call the person and say, we were notified by 88 that you were positive or you were close contact. So there's like a different way to confirm that. But you're right, some people are not as honest.
And I think it's that balance, right? You're always gonna sadly have a few folks who try to manipulate the system.
Not this district.
Okay, other districts I've heard of. Probably in Iowa. Sorry, Iowa, just kidding. But we also thought that it's that multi-layered approach though, too. Let's say they choose not to get vaccinated, but they're gonna be wearing their masks. Maybe they'll have the KN95s. Maybe they'll make sure that they don't stay in one place for 15 minutes.
Right.
Because they're motivated. Because here's the other thing is, if we see them with 15 minutes with a student who is diagnosed with COVID-19, they don't get a choice. They're gonna go home for 10 days because they're not vaccinated. That's the piece. And, you know, if you look at the principals who are still left in the room, they spent many an hour contact tracing on cameras. And we did a really good job. And the other piece is, and I just, you know, let's shout out to our colleagues and our children in Marion. I mean, they're over 1,000. Over 1,000. So this, if you're not doing the multi-layered support process, it's going to be tough on you. So we would rather pay our teachers than our substitutes.
Well, kudos to y'all. I love the policy. That was my
Great
only
questions.
pushback is we're gonna still reward them even if they don't get the shot, but we want to. That was my only thing. But I love the policy. Good.
All right, so do we have any other questions on the policy? Then do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Gillen and seconded by Mr. Thomas that we approve the COVID leave incentive and, COVID leave incentive and the COVID incentive and the COVID leave. I'll say it right.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you for working on that, and
Yes,
thank you,
yes,
Mr.
thank
Robinson,
y'all.
for working on it, and PPC. Mr. Johnson, heat replacement wheel. You know, I haven't got a clue what a heat replacement wheel is.
This sounds
And I
very
read all
exciting.
that stuff in the attachment, and I still didn't have a clue what a heat replacement wheel is.
I know what a Hot Wheel is. Is that what this is?
It's nowhere close to that. So because I am not, Dr. Redwood, an HVAC expert, Jeff Lynch, who is over energy management and one of our resident gurus when it comes down to that, was not able to be here. So I had him send me a summary just so I can make sure I properly explain it to the board. So here's my decent attempt. The energy recovery wheel is a major component in the energy recovery ventilator, which is a unit that we have on the rooftop of Robinson and several of our other buildings. Rotating between two air streams with the EVR cabinet, the exhaust air and the supply air energy recovery wheel transfers heat and humidity from warm, humid air streams to a cool and dry air stream. In the summertime, they pull humidity and heat out of the outside air and transfer it into the exhaust air. During the winter, does the opposite. They capture the heat from the exhaust air and transfer it into the incoming ventilation air. At the end of the day, this process saves us about 40% in our energy costs as far as dealing with these buildings and some of the new modern technology of our HVAC systems. When we first installed this unit, we ran into trouble with it and tried to get it back online and get it situated and get it taken care of. Unfortunately, the wheel shattered. Now, if you will, the case that houses this unit is big enough for me to walk into, and this wheel is pretty massive. So the initial cost when we first started researching the cost was about $37,000. And I'm like, not only no, but heck no, give me a better price, right? And y'all know how I am about the district's money, give me a better price.
We do, and we love it.
Of course you do.
All right, so we were able to get with Powers Group and actually get a reduced cost of roughly about $25,000 is what this cost is. But it is essential that we have this part for our HVAC unit, and that's what I'm seeking approval for tonight.
You did a great job of explaining that. Does the board have any questions?
I still have no idea, but yes. No, just kidding.
You need a wheel.
Do I need a wheel?
Do you need a wheel? Yes.
I need a wheel.
I would like to approve a wheel, yes.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Thomas that we approve the purchase of the heat wheel replacement. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Gillen. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Next item, Maumelle High School, Robinson High School, Mills baseball arenas. New shot clocks with game timers and 2 goals for each school.
One correction, Dr. Rimmer, basketball arenas. I just want to make sure.
Oh,
I think you said-
basketball arenas.
Yes, ma'am. And so AAA has changed the direction for the next physical school year to require all of our high schools to have shot clocks. And so we've reached out to basically try to get that done and resolved and get that taken care of now, opposed to later. And that's the reason for that change in requirements for AAA. Seeking approval.
Any questions? Do I have a motion? Motion. Second. It's been moved by Ms. Ward and seconded by Ms. Gillen. All those in favor say aye. 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 Pose same sign. Motion carries. Next one, we're going to Joe T. Robinson Old Middle School Gym renovations.
So we're having this wonderful problem of having too many students. And so with that being the case, we have to find a place to house those students for classes during the year. So the upstairs portion of the old gym provides us an opportunity for potentially 2 classrooms and 3 office spaces for teachers to have and utilize that space. So we're seeking permission to basically spend the amount that's noted to renovate that space.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
So when do you estimate that the project would be done if we approve it?
Mr. Lane, I would love to tell you that process with 2 classrooms and 3 offices.
Next week?
I would love to tell you that, but there's no way under the sun I can tell you that.
Okay.
There are a couple of pieces, such as the HVAC portion of it. If we run into problems as far as sourcing materials, getting it here, that's gonna hold us up. So, realistically speaking, once I go back and talk to the construction company that's approved, then we'll go back through and establish a timeline and I can get that to you.
Okay, so is this one of the ones that we have, like, I guess, 3 different options? Is this?
It's 3 different bids.
So, what do you recommend?
So I was required to bring 3 bids.
I haven't done this before. I've not had to think.
No, it's okay. I mean, all 3 are very capable firms of basically getting the scope of the work done. Of course, Dr. McNulty about had a cow when we said 95,000. He was like, there's no way. The other 2 were comparable at 74, and I think at the end of the day that Diamond won the bid. And so far as I'm concerned, they've done work for the district, and I'm good with them doing this scope of the work.
So Diamond 1 is the one that the administration would like to have?
That would be my recommendation based on our current position and costs.
One other question, and it doesn't have anything to do with, it has something to do with Robinson, but I should have asked it during facilities, is what's the status of the driven work up there in that, I guess, the Champion Center or whatever that's called, with like bathrooms and stuff like that? Do you know?
Yes, sir. So in a facilities meeting today, the architects have finished the design work as far as them and the mechanical engineers. We submitted that over to Baldwin & Shell Construction Company for completion of that task. They're going to meet Thursday, if I'm remembering my time frame correctly, with their subs to estimate a price. They're optimistic that they can have a price available for us to us that we can present during the next board meeting.
Oh, okay.
In September.
Okay, all right. Sorry to derail you.
That's okay, not a problem.
All right, so do we have a motion that we accept the Diamond Legacy bid?
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Thomas and seconded by
Second.
Mr. Delaney. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. You were busy today. Next one is Clinton Elementary flooring.
So Clinton Elementary flooring, we have 2 schools that we were looking to utilize funding sources to replace the carpeting that's in the schools. The current carpet that's in this building is native to the construction of the building and has never been changed out. And so now it's time to change it out. We have students that eat in the classrooms, and the carpet is long beyond its life expectancy. And so currently, I think off the top of my head, at $4.15 a square foot, we do not have the current funding structure to change the whole school out. So I think Dr. McNulty and I had a conversation along with Ms. Smith, and the decision was basically change 8 classes out at a time and utilize LVT, which is a moppable, cleanable item, so that in the future, we don't have these issues by way of staining, dirt, potential bacteria issues, and that kind of thing. So the proposal tonight is to, for 8 classrooms to basically be LVT for Clinton Elementary.
And your preferred one on this is?
I think we have 3 here, and I think we were comfortable with all 3, and I think the lowest one was Floors First on this particular one. Yes, Floors First was the vendor we chose to utilize for Clinton Elementary. The other headache that we had was, we have another school similar situated, would be the next item, is having one company try to do both, and we couldn't do that. So we wanted to split the work up so that we can get it done more expedient as possible to make sure we don't disrupt the classroom flow for academic purposes.
They're similarly situated. I mean, they're basically built, they're kind of like the same building, right? Like Clinton and Crystal Hill kind of built the same way, the same type of stuff, right?
They're extremely close in square footage.
They both had roof issues, a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
They were built the same way. All right.
All right, so any other questions about that? Do we have a motion on Clinton flooring?
To approve the Floors First proposal for Clinton.
Been moved by Mr. Delaney and seconded by Mr. Thomas that we approve Floors First for Clinton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Crystal Hill flooring.
All right, Crystal Hill is similarly situated to Clinton Elementary. There is one noticeable difference with Crystal Hill Elementary, is that we, over the last 2 years, have already completed the pre-K area because the carpets were so in so bad a shape at Crystal Hill. We started that process with what funding we could in the last couple of years' budget, so we've completely finished pre-K. So we're looking to do 8 classrooms here, but the one thing that's noticeably different is the state, doing one of their visits to the building, is requesting that we basically complete the whole building as a whole. The 8 classrooms will suffice for now, and the state has agreed, ADE has agreed to give us an extension on trying to get the whole school taken care of. But that approximate cost at $4.15 a square times 188,000 square feet is going to be about $800,000. So flooring is not a cheap item. I want to make sure we're all making informed decisions here. But if we can get pre-K is already done, these 8 classrooms taken care of, that cost will be considerably less by next summer when we go to finish out the rest of the building. So for now, we really need to do the 8 classrooms.
Hopefully our construction costs will be down next summer anyway.
I'm optimistic that material costs will come down. And then too, I think our secondary protocol for us is to source the material and pay for the labor. That's going to be the next move that we attempt to do, because we're able to buy the material at co-op pricing. So we're trying to see where we can save the most amount of cash to get this done.
So to what you just said, Mr. Johnson, is that something you think, like really realistic, you could do knock out some of those in the summer with some of your own labor, or is there other things they already got to do anyway, but they wouldn't be able to squeeze that in?
They will not, because of how, we have 60 people that actually move around on behalf of the district. And of that, about 15 are what we call building service techs that can go in and hang a wall and drop a ceiling and that kind of thing. To put that kind of pressure on them to basically affect 27 schools when we've got ceiling tiles that's leaking. Matter of fact, we just bought 2 truckloads of ceiling tile to change out 3 schools with. And so it becomes a little bit tricky for us to do it in-house, and it's better to basically push it out if we can. Or a mixture.
I know you try to look at it. I was just wondering, I figured you had already put the pencil on it.
You give me too much credit.
When it comes to construction, I know you put the pencil on it.
Yes, sir.
All right, do I have a motion on Crystal Hill flooring with Diamond Legacy?
Motion to approve.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Gillen and seconded by Ms. Ward to approve Crystal Hill Elementary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. That gets us to the Maumelle High School football field subgrade analysis, which was terribly interesting reading.
Yes, and
That I did understand.
Yes, ma'am. So it kind of goes to Mr. Thomas' favorite topic when we start talking about undercutting the surface. When we went out and I was present with the guys when they started pulling back the existing field, the survey had to find out if it was going to be truly ready to go to put the new field on. As they were driving across the field, their vehicles were sinking 2 or 3 inches into the field, and there was no way that they could utilize that field in its current state to stretch a new turf out across it, which is twice the size of the current field that was on. And so it caused us to look at it from a standpoint of how bad is the undercutting, right? Is it just wet to a point to where we can open the surface up and let it physically dry out because it's had a matting covering over it for 10 years and there's the moisture being captured? The other portion of that is, was the angles of the field to a point that would allow the water to run off and hit the drain catches in it that are situated at a 45-degree angle to push the water off of the field. And so the gravel that's up underneath the field is about 6 inches. The pitch is designed for that water to travel through that gravel, hit those drain tubes, and run off the field. Without basically pulling the field apart to basically see that, we were going to have some issues. So what I wanted those guys to do as far as the field went was to give me worst case scenario of what my out-of-pocket was going to cost to fix this field. So the dollar amount that you guys see there is a worst case scenario as far as the cost go. And based on a statement to me, it shouldn't exceed that cost. And they're only billing us at what their actual expenses are with no markup based on over the contract amount. So I'm seeking approval. I think it's up to $275,000 for approval to finish taking care of the field.
So I remember when we voted on the field, one question I had was, is this going to make Ms. Gillen happy? Yeah. And we're not, and now we're back. You know, and Ms. Gillen is just a proxy for Maumelle, you understand, right? Like, I mean, just,
yes, sir.
Because I want them to have a nice field, but joke. But we're going to still have a very nice field, and I know this is like an unplanned expenditure, right? Like, it's simply you didn't want you weren't expecting this, right? I mean, I bet you could have imagined it, but you didn't think it was going to happen, right?
Well, historically speaking, any time you go in and you renovate something that's existing, you anticipate there's going to be something.
Put a shovel in the ground, you never know what you're going to find.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And in this particular case, I'd rather make sure that we take care of it the right way, opposed to having to come back and deal with it later on. And by doing it the right way here, for the next 10 years, our kids have a really good field. Because the life expectancy of the field is 10 years.
That's what I wanted to know, okay.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I already knew it, but I just wanted to hear it.
Yes, sir.
And by someone who has worked with builders and developers in Maumelle for 20 years, I'm not surprised. So I know what kind of soil and what kind of wetland
Absolutely.
that you're dealing with in that area. So thank you for fixing it for the safety of our students. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
So motion to approve.
It's been moved by Ms. Gillen and seconded by Mr. Delaney. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. I have a question. Where's Maumelle going to play until, because it said like September 20th?
All right, so we have technically one game that will be impacted, and that's the Robinson game. And I think we're going to move it probably to Robinson for that game. Now, this is going to probably make Coach Escola extremely happy.
Oh, yeah.
Because, right.
It's going to make him happy.
But the other
extra income.
A little extra income, but then here's the deal. He's been scouting Maumelle since practice started because they're practicing at Robinson to begin with. So,
and I guess the one big bonus is still going to be one of our schools.
Absolutely.
Keep the money in our school.
Yeah,
well, here's the fun part, right? We have some really good facilities for folks to move around our district and not somebody else's. Absolutely. And so we're able to take care of our own and do it in a great fashion to get our schools taken care of.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Raymond. Thank you, guys.
I think that's the last one. Thank you for bringing all that.
Listen, this is the fastest y'all let me get through here, so I appreciate it.
Mr. McNulty, Reclaiming Scholars Program.
Tendaji, and Tendaji is a organization that's led by Ms. Sheila Hayes, and she's been working with the Little Rock School District now for the last 3 years. And their focus in Little Rock has been much more of students who have been suspended, possibly for up to 5 to 10 days, and then they've been they're receiving instructional services, tutoring, and mentoring, and typically at their site. They've been certainly looking and working with us and attempting to get in that direction. We had an interesting conversation, and it was Dr. Viv was also part of this, and we said we don't quite have the same needs right now as the Little Rock School District. As you might not know, I think I mentioned it, we started from 12,000 teacher referrals in my first year. That was down from about 14 or 15 to 1,200. But what we're seeing in our student population is depression, as they're coming back to school, that so many of our young people have been isolated, and to regain the social, emotional needs and skills that they to apply the on-site education. We did a tour of 4 middle schools in spring, and I said to them, suspension isn't our issue. It's students who have become disassociated and need support, instructional support, social emotional support, working with their peers in restorative circles. What can you do for that? And their proposal was to embed themselves in 3 middle schools. Now, they didn't feel like they could, with what they're charging us, do Sylvan Hills Middle, but that allows us then, of course, to redistribute our counseling services to support Sylvan Hills Middle. That they would be working with our students and our scholars at Robinson Middle, Mills Middle, and Maumelle Middle. And we have a tight monitoring piece. We'd be looking to increase student attendance. We'd be looking to increase student social and peer group interactions. We'd be looking to increase communication between the students and the teachers and the families. And we'd still be able to utilize, if a student was suspended, either support at the school site or at Tatangi Center. And we will provide transportation, because I think one of the things that Tatangi and Little Rock have been doing a great job at working with is, if you leave it up to the parent to get the student who's been suspended to Tatangi, that can be hard. We would look at working with our amazing transportation department to get the student there in those situations. But we're looking at them being embedded in our 3 schools, and that we're going to have a rigorous evaluation process. We're going to see improvement in attendance, improvement in grades, and improvement in what we would say social emotional health.
Any questions about Tatangi?
Tatangi.
Another one that we can't pronounce.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Delaney and seconded by Mr. Thomas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next item is the intervener's attorney's fees.
Good evening, Dr. Bramley, Dr. McNulty, members of the board. I have the privilege of being our table for looking at the agenda, the last in the long lineup of finance and legal professionals we've heard from. Trying to keep my comments brief. Of course, I was before you last month. I was excited to be talking about the new facilities improvements that are going to be coming up, if the judge approves them, over at Mills University Studies High School. It's a very exciting subject. Subject tonight is a little bit less exciting, but no less important, so I'm glad to be able to talk you through this. This gets back to, of course, the desegregation case that you all know has been going on since, in its current version, the 1980s. And in the 1980s, the judge found that PCSSD acted unconstitutionally. Of course, the district admitted it. And going forward since that time, there's been a lot of litigation over the years, and I'm simplifying the history in the interest of time. But one of the mechanics of this, going back and forth with the intervenors, has been that the intervenors file for attorney's fees against the district. So the fees that I'm talking to you about tonight, I just want to be clear, are not fees that I'm claiming or my law firm is claiming from the district. These are attorney fees that are paid out to the intervenors counsel, John Walker, Austin Porter, Bob Pressman, and then the monitors, Joyce Springer, and some of the other monitors as well. And so, coming out of the last court case last summer, Judge Marshall ordered that the intervenors file for attorney's fees. They haven't done that against PCSSD in the past approximately 5 years. This has happened against Jacksonville, and it's something that has happened throughout this case with North Little Rock and Little Rock, but it hadn't happened in PCSSD for about 5 years. So of course, having the judge write that, we didn't know exactly how much the interveners were going to claim in attorney's fees. And of course, the last big one that happened with PCSSD was for $1.4 million in 2016. And so we didn't know exactly how it was going to be. We were concerned how high it might be. But the interveners came back to us in July and presented evidence of their attorney billings for $600,263.97. And then I met with them, and they agreed to lower their demand against PCSSD to 20% off that figure, which is $481,289.42. So I'm here tonight, and I'm happy to talk more about how we got here. I'm happy to talk more about what the attorney's bills from the intervener show, or about the mechanics, or how to go about this. But what I'm here to do is to present this to the board and have the board facilitate any discussion that needs to happen on that, but then to try and present this offer. Of course, they've offered to settle, and the board either needs to accept that offer or reject that offer, or to make a counter offer. This is just a negotiation that I'm here to talk to the board about. And if it's rejected, or if there's a counter offer and the interveners reject that, then we'd be in a situation where we'd be fighting about this in court, because it would be a contested motion that the interveners would file. So with that being said, I'm happy to take this in any direction, any questions the board has.
So essentially what you're saying is that if we can't work it out with the interveners, the judge is going to get it sorted for us, right?
Yes, Mr. Delaney, that's correct.
And they've offered, they say they're entitled to 600, but they've offered a 20% discount if we'll go ahead and not fuss about it with the judge, right?
Yes, that's correct. And I should also add for context that Jacksonville was in a similar situation, same timing as us. Jacksonville last week approved for a 35% reduction from the original amount demanded. It was a lot lower amount because the time hadn't been as much, but Jacksonville got a 35% deal at the end of the day, and the offer they've given to PCSSD is 20%. And I should also add that you probably wouldn't expect to get the exact same deal that Jacksonville got, because Jacksonville, the case ended up a little bit differently with Jacksonville as between Pulaski County. And I can explain more about that, but for context, that puts it into perspective a little bit.
So the difference probably is something like, because the judge found problems with Mills, right? That they haven't found Jacksonville has done, the similar type of thing, right?
Correct. So the trial that happened last summer, there were 4 issues on the table for Pulaski County: the student achievement, discipline, facilities, and monitoring. And the district prevailed on 3 of those 4, but on facilities, as the board is aware, the judge found inequity, and so the judge ordered more work to be done at Mills. Jacksonville last summer had more of a across-the-board victory. So, and the reason why that matters is because the judge, and I'm going to read to you the line from his opinion here, the judge ordered, quote, reasonable attorney's fees for monitoring, which is what they've been doing all along, as well as for litigation about PCSSD facilities on which interveners have prevailed. So the litigation piece that happened last summer, you wouldn't expect to pay the interveners for the parts that they did not prevail on. You'd only expect to pay them for the facilities piece on which they did prevail, which is why it matters that Jacksonville had more of an across-the-board victory, and Pulaski County had a lot of victory, and there were a lot of great things happen, but of course, because of the history here with Mills University Studies High School, there was not a complete victory.
And the irony in that is that, this is again personal, the irony in that is that we were not successful and need to find additional money, and are now also being told that we need to pay more money to the interveners and find more money and more money. I mean, the irony is not lost on me on that. That's frustrating.
I wish I had a good response to
I
that.
know. Again, I was just articulating it out, just to the universe, just to say how frustrating. And I can imagine how frustrated you are sitting, because I know the work that you and your team and have tirelessly put into this as well. So, thank you for all your work.
Well, I get my question. I'm kind of like Mr. Johnson. They offered us 20. I mean, is it out of line for us to go back to them and ask for 30? That's how I So they got 35, can we not go back and ask for 30, or?
That's
well, we
that's
stuck
not out
at
of line, no.
20.
It's right now, and of course, if we're just negotiating with them, and if the negotiations fail, then it would go before the judge. And so he would have to ultimately rule through everything. I mean, and I will tell you as far as what the judge might do, and I'm gonna have to preface this by saying, of course, I'm not the judge.
Yeah.
No one can predict what the judge is gonna do, so I'm not gonna represent to you that I know. But I can tell you what he did say was that the interveners will get fees for the monitoring, which I can tell you is about 60% of the fees that they represented that they are owed, and then the facilities litigation part on which they prevailed. So the 600,000 number that they threw out there in the beginning, that's for everything altogether, as if they were to get 100% award for all of the parts that they did and did not prevail on. So I think it's fair to say, based on what the judge has said he's going to do, he's not going to award them 600,000, and that's part of the reason why we find ourselves in a posture of negotiation here.
And hasn't he usually been pretty stingy with spending taxpayer dollars that should go to children? I mean, he usually reduces fees considerably, hasn't he, in the past? I mean, it seems to me like that 1.2 million that we paid back several years ago started out a whole lot higher than 1.2 million.
So the most recent thing I can point to, talking about how Judge Marshall handles a contested fee petition, is that in 2019, this came up with Jacksonville, and he ended up giving the fees that were originally claimed, he cut them down 46%. Once again, that gets to the specifics of Jacksonville and where they were at this time, so it's not a complete comparison. The recent $1.4 million from 2016 for Pulaski County, that didn't get cut down by the judge because it wasn't contested, it was agreed. This was still, well, the PCSSD was under the control of the state, and there was not a board yet, and Dr. Guess and John Walker worked together and made a deal. It was for $1.4 million, and the judge didn't cut that down at all because it wasn't contested by the district.
But he did say in that decision, I just pulled it up, he said, parties know that the court is frugal, some might say stingy with other people's money. So that goes kind of like in line with what she was talking, Dr. Brimley was talking about.
Yes, Mr. Lane, that's correct. And I think you see that with him in the Jacksonville opinion by cutting it down 46%. And I think in recent times there just hadn't been as many contested fee petitions to look to. But I think that the interveners, although they might not say it, I think they're aware of that, of course. And I think that's part of the reason, once again, why we find ourselves in a negotiating posture, is they know that if it goes before the judge, they're not going to get 100%. And I did run a few numbers, and I will say it was hard for me to come up with numbers based on what they've given us to get to the 20% offer that they've given you. I mean, that's possible the judge would do that. I was having a hard time coming up with numbers, and I can explain more about why that is. There's a difference in rates. Some of the rates that the interveners are claiming are significantly higher than what the judge has told them they will get paid. So I think there's a contested issue there. But here again, this gets back to recent history. Judge Marshall made a finding of what those rates would be in 2019, and so it's going to be hard to get him, I think, to vary from his own precedent on that.
So we could offer the interveners like 30% discount. And if they didn't accept it, then it would go, and the judge would make the decision.
Correct.
And we probably would end up in a fairly good stance.
Sorry, what was the last part of that
In
question?
a fairly good stance.
In a fairly
with
good
the judge.
stance. Here again, it's hard for me to say what the judge is going to do, and you're not going to get me to say that, but I do think it's fair to say he's not going to give them 100%, because that would be if they prevailed on everything, and we know they did not. And that would also be assuming some rates that were claimed that I don't think the judge is going to ultimately use. So if you start taking off those factors, you start going down from that 600 figure that they threw out to start with. And I should say too, I did look through their invoices carefully, and there were other issues in there that if we had to fight about it in court, I think there's a lot of things we would point out. I think that not go into what all those are, but there are things that we could get into. I will also say there are things that I think interveners did that they didn't necessarily bill for, so it kind of cuts both ways, but all we can really go is what we are given, and based on what I'm given, I'm having a hard time coming up with telling you that I think it's possible the judge would award $600,000. I just don't see that working out with the numbers.
I spoke with the superintendent yesterday, and I do think that, if we do counteroffer this, that one of the terms should be included in that we're able to pay it over 12 months, just to make it easier on the business office and everything to, cash flow it out or whatever. So,
Right.
as we're sitting here trying to figure out what to do, I do think, paying over 12 months should be one of the things if we counteroffer.
And I think too, when you think about a counteroffer, we're trying to avoid the litigation expense of doing that. I know the interveners would like to avoid the hassle of going through that, and so that's the reason why we find ourselves negotiating. So if the board's gonna make a counteroffer, it could include something like, here's the amount we would offer, but it would need to be paid out interest-free over 12 months in 12 equal payments. It could include any other condition that the board wanted to consider as well. So this is a negotiation, and interveners might take it, they might reject it. I can't tell you what they'll do, but that's just where we are right now.
Well, I'm comfortable with it going before the judge. I mean, like, if it gets to the judge, I'm comfortable. I mean, I've seen him in action, and I'm comfortable that he would make a fair decision. So I'm not looking to avoid, getting this issue in front of him. But at the same time, I would like to see some kind of resolution, or at least good faith attempt at trying to settle this before it goes to the judge. So I think I'd make a motion for 30% discount, that instead of 20 that they've offered, that payment would cover everything they're gonna have to do in the future to wrap this case up, so that they wouldn't bill us anymore, and that the 30% be payable over 12 months, so the business office can manage that payment properly. So, this is what I'm thinking. I'll just try this, okay? Because, we don't usually do things this way, but 30% discount, payment will cover all their future work, because they're still gonna wanna fuss about whatever we do with mills, they're probably gonna wanna say it's not right, which I think we'll do it right, but they're our counterparty, they're supposed to. So, I would want that 30% to cover all future work that they would do monitoring the mills project and such, and legal fees with that, and then make that 30% payable over 12 months. So that's my Frankenstein motion.
All right, we have a long motion.
You got all that?
That's because she's good. Do I have a second? We'll have discussion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Delaney and a second by Ms. Gillen. Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, got a question. So, they send us something, we send them something, if they don't accept it, it goes to court, they don't send anything back. They don't say anything back.
Based on the deadlines that they're currently set at, we need to tell them our answer by tomorrow, and they have to file in the court in about a week. So there wouldn't really be time to come back to the board in, say, September and make any sort of counteroffer. They could try to extend those deadlines and have it out, but as far as the way the deadlines are currently set, at this point, it's kind of, I'm not saying this is what the board said, but it would almost be like a take it or leave it sort of offer based on the timeline.
Any other discussion?
Why didn't we try to establish, since we had the president of the bank here, why we didn't try to set up some payments on that? Why we just gonna write them out a check?
I would say because we already have, like, the monies in the building account for that. Ms. Rowlett's this is coming out of operations, and it wasn't really planned for. So that would be my reason why that would do a payment type structure, is because the difference would be handing her something and saying, pay $400,000 right now versus pay it over 12 months, because we got the Sylvan Hills money in the Fund 3, the building fund.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Board.
Next item on the agenda is, and it was just added, Lessons for Life. Dr. Watson, Ms. McNulty, and Dr.
And I'm going to drop out of this one and ask Ms. Ware, who is actually the founder for Lessons of Life, to talk about what they've been doing at Robinson and the desire to expansion mentoring for young women to Mills. Welcome.
Good evening. It's late.
Good night.
And I've been having a lot of. My name is Alexis Ware. I started a nonprofit organization called Lessons for Life. We're 10 years old this September, and one of the million things that we do is I travel, speaking to teenagers all over the world, encouraging them to make positive life choices. I know for me, growing up, having a mentor kind of helped guide me. I used to have my basketball coach sitting outside of the classroom, making sure I did what I needed to do so I can continue to play basketball. The value of having somebody wiser that you can talk to about life challenges. And so when I started this organization 10 years ago, I thought to go into the schools and provide one-on-one mentoring for a girl. So I would match up an adult with a student, and we do it during lunchtime. And my organization provides the meals for the girls, the activities. I put together the curriculum, and it kind of goes fast. But every week the girls look forward to coming into the schools to meet with their mentors. I met Ms. McNulty years ago, and we've been friends, collaborating together, and we did a pilot program at Robinson Middle School this past spring. And it was great. We had 30-something girls. In the past, I've had 90-something girls through the week. And like I said, each girl have their own mentor, so it's always a one-on-one, but it's in a group setting. And so it worked this spring. We were in a place where it was spread out, so we were able to do what we needed to do to encourage the girls. It's been great. Wonderful to see over the years how mentoring has really impacted the girls from an academic standpoint, behavior standpoint, attendance, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much. So in a nutshell, we're wanting to expand. Like I said, I've been doing this for 10 years, first time in this district because of COVID, but because we were approached and asked if we would do a pilot just to kind of see how it would work. We wasn't doing anything during that time in the spring, and it's like, I got a group of friends, and I said, y'all want to go in? And they said yes. And I've been blessed to have many mentors who have followed me all these years consistently, pouring into the girls. So I love what I do, and I'm sounding a little nervous. I don't know why. I do this for a living. But, so I don't know. What would you like to say about us?
Sure. Ms. Ware is very humble. She and her team are dynamic and amazing. What I love the most is not only, this was a difficult year. And so the pilot, we wanted to make sure that we were following the protocols, and they made sure that they followed all of the guidelines that were put in place. We did have many students that needed some support this year. And so we put it out and tried to see who would like a mentor, who would like that support, explain what the rationale, the purpose is. And girls from all walks of life decided to do this. So it wasn't girls who just needed maybe academic supports or behavior supports. There were some girls who were doing academically really well, but just needed someone to connect with. And so we did have several girls reach out, and then as they got to hear, they were like, can we still be in this program? But we were like, this is small. We wanted to start small and see how we will progress. But Miss Alexis and the team actually came in, decorated the room, filled it up with positive phrases, made the room inviting, welcoming. She created lessons. She taught the lessons to the mentors before the students would come. They fed the girls on their own, had special catered lunches for them. They made the girls feel special. And to hear the girls come back and share with me how they appreciated it and they felt supported. And also talking with parents that said, you know what, my child was not able to talk to me, but the difference
that the program made, I really did not realize that she really needed someone to talk to. So it was really positive, it was really encouraging, and we felt blessed that we were able to have it, you know, for our girls during this tough, difficult time. And so to know that there are so many students in the district that just need that support, it would be great to be able to, you know, look outside and also touch the lives of other students in our district. So I was just excited when they said, yes, you know what, let's give it a shot. So thank you, Ms. Alexis. You were a blessing to our building and our girls, and definitely impacted them. So we appreciate that.
And so the problem came with your effectiveness. Dr. Watson, can you step up now?
Ooh, I got excited listening to her. Well, we started having issues with our girls at Mills Middle. And so I hired a teacher that was in the Little Rock School District, and he came to me and said, I know a program that I think will work with our girls. And so I reached out to Miss Alexis. She came over with 2 of your board members, and they talked, they walked around the school, and they told me they were going to get back with her board to see if she would be able to add another school. And so we were just blessed when she came back and said, we're going to add your school. So as an advocate for our female students, we're just excited and hope that the board approves for her to come and work with our young ladies at Mills Middle School.
And the $30,000 really would be, I mean, you've been in kind service, you've been really donations, but now that we've really asked you to expand, it's taxing. You need another program coordinator at the building. You're going to need some more support for once we get out of this, field trips, and we'd like to see this program expand, because if we look at the data, the discipline data, what did shoot up at the end of last year was some of our young women at the middle school level struggling with some of their interpersonal relationships. And I personally would love to see, because I know you were at 9 years at Henderson, is that right?
I was 7.
7 years at Henderson. And it made a difference on the staff and the students. And I became aware of it because Ms. P. McNulty was there for a year. And I saw it in action at Robinson. And it's a very intensive lesson planning process prior to the mentoring. And that was what impressed me. Because typically you'll have mentoring, they just come in and they'll sit with a student. No, this is very much laid out, and it's framed, and there's boundaries as students develop their relationship. Dr. Watson, sorry about that. I just want to jump in on that.
Well, and after this board makes our discussion, I'm gonna need you to go back to your board, because I got 2 middle school daughters. Can you please come talk to them? No, I'm just kidding. I just see this being so important, especially at that age. It's such a critical age, and having this resource, because we've talked a lot in this agenda about our mental health, and we've put a lot of time and money into it. And I have to applaud the administration here, because that's one of the things that I think we always miss. And I mean, the word counselor has always been kind of a joke. We're like, oh, that's not a counselor, but we need some counselors. So thank you so much for your work. And again, go to your board, please. It's in Maumelle. 72113, that way.
Do I have a motion on accepting Lessons for Life?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Thomas and seconded by Ms. Ward that we approve Lessons for Life. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Looking forward to seeing good things.
Thank you.
Sounds exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments from board?
Sure. Thought you'd never ask. First, I want to give kudos to the Pulaski County Sheriff. Ms. Watts, can y'all get Dr. Watson back? Because, no, this is just in my comments. I wanted to give kudos to the Pulaski County Sheriff's Department as far as their work and their willingness to work. Also, the Pulaski County Sheriff Department, as far as, to my understanding, they work with the girls as well, or would like to work with the girls more also? But- No, you don't have to respond. I just think that would be, a great asset to have that mentoring program and the sheriff department, because I wanted to give kudos that they ran a summer program within Sweet Home Community Center and trying to establish a relationship, a positive relationship with our children, so that will kind of help with the discipline, that if they feel like they have a relationship already established, that would kind of help with the discipline as well. So I wanted to give kudos on that, and I just know that Mills Middle is one of the schools that they are housed in as well, that they will come, that they are at, the ladies of the sheriff department. Okay. My second comment is, I see that we have lots of mental and emotional support in place for our students. What I would like to see is the same support given to our teachers, support staff, and administrators as well, because our principals, teachers, administrative staff have to bear a very heavy load. Not only they are responsible for PCSSD children, but they're responsible for their own families. So I read some stuff, but yet and still, I think we are all under stress as far as our administrators and our principals, as far as trying to keep their schools afloat in a pandemic.
Put us on that
So,
list too, Tina. You can put us on that list
Oh,
too.
yeah, but we need our whole own insurance. We need health insurance, because anyway. I just feel like our administrators need that same mental support, because from the sounds of some of the information that I'm being given, as far as our turnover and everything, that we need to just get it all together. Help each other, for sure. Especially our administrators that is holding this heavy burden of, if our schools fail, they're feeling like they're failing. Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you, Dr. McNulty. Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I don't think we give enough attention to Mr. Johnson as well, because I think we need to look at giving him a raise, because of the simple fact he's carrying a big load on this pandemic as well, as far as our facilities, and trying to keep everything afloat, and trying to keep everything up to par, and trying to help make us look good. But he's at home probably not even sleeping well, trying to think and keep his head, because there's never a moment that he gets up there and don't know his stuff. He's very knowledgeable, and I think we need to pay attention to what we got and appreciate what we got. Amen, I'm done.
I'd like to just mention that, if you remember, last spring, we recognized our Teachers of the Year from each building, and we recognized, the Teacher of the Year from the district was, Shannon Hum, and she was selected as one of the 12 finalists, for State Teacher of the Year. And then last week, they did the top 4, and she was not selected as one of the top 4, but I still think for the first time for PCSSD to participate in Arkansas Teacher of the Year, and for her to get to, one of the 12 finalists speaks well for the district, and I expect to see us participating, and sooner or later, we're gonna have a PCSSD Arkansas Teacher of the Year. So thank you, Ms. Duff, for starting that and seeing that it got carried through, and congratulations to Ms. Hum. Any other comments from board members?
Well, I just wanted to take a second, kind of echo what Ms. Ward said. Mr. Johnson, he's done a great job of keeping our students safe, our teachers safe. I actually had a parent that talked to me this week when they talked about the mask policy. They talked about how good a job we did last year keeping our schools clean. And I gave you some kudos. That's all Mr. Johnson's, his plan that he's got in place. to keep our schools clean. I want to give a shout out to our administration. This meeting we had tonight, it was tense, and the whole mask thing has caused a lot of distension. But I want to give our administrative team kudos for being willing to step out and put our students and our teachers first, our staff first. Y'all didn't shy away and say we're gonna wait and see what everybody else does. We stepped out there and we're doing what's right. And I think somebody else said it tonight. I believe we had the best district in the state, and we continue to lead in everything. And we're gonna continue to give y'all the resources that y'all need to do that. So we thank y'all for everything. We got a year. We're getting ready to start Monday, so let's go make it happen.
Any other comments from the board?
So, when we're elected to this seat, we all come with very different agendas, diverse backgrounds, and we kind of have a charge of what we have in mind for our constituents within our communities. Over the past, 5, 6, 27, 800 years, I've had the honor of sitting here, it feels like it, I've had the honor of sitting here and working with some amazing administrators and a great board. But tonight I would like to offer my official resignation on the school board. It has been an absolute honor to work for this district and within this district for the people here. Will continue to advocate for public education. And again, when I say the things tonight about how Pulaski County is the shining star of Central Arkansas, it's true. And it's because of the people in this room and the people in this building and the people across this district. So I've also worked with finding a replacement because, everyone's just beating down the door on this one. And so it's my recommendation for Lindsay Gustafson. She previously sat here as the board representative whenever we had a council. Is that it? Is that what it was called?
It was a CAB, Community Advisory.
The Community Advisory Council. So she has a lot of expertise of where we are, where we've been, and I think she will be a fantastic asset. And so it's my recommendation that the board look to her for the guidance. She also sits within the zone, so again, we're getting through all that criteria and things like that. So again, thank you very much. I appreciate working with each of you.
Ms. Gillen, I have to, go right ahead. I have to say, it's been a pleasure working with you. You have been a wonderful board member. You always come well prepared. And everybody probably knows you're from Maumelle, but we all also know that you're for every PCSSD student, that you always vote what's best for children. And we're going to miss you.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
We're going to miss you a
And
lot.
100% pro public education every single day.
Yes, yes.
Dang, let me say I'm leaving. Let's see what I'm gonna hear.
Miss Ward, you would hear
can't
the
leave.
same thing.
And I'll miss our volley.
That does leave us with the fact that we have to fill the position within 30 days. And 30 days from today is not when our next meeting is. So we'll need to call a special board meeting in order to fill that position. And I appreciate you recommending a replacement. I think that's good. I think several people probably know Lindsay since she has discussed this, since she's worked on the tab. And she's, I believe she would get along well with Brian Mon. I believe she has a lot of children.
Yes, they both have, I think they're about the same.
Yeah, I think that. So she's got a lot of kids. She's
But
got
hers
a
are
vested
older.
interest in this
Hers are much
district.
older.
She's got a lot of kids that go to PCSSD. So board be looking at dates when we can have a special board meeting to do that. I know we also had a hearing that was canceled for today. Is there by any chance, board, if we did pull a special board meeting just to appoint someone to Ms. Gillen's seat, could we have the hearing at the same time? So that would keep us from running even later on, or would you prefer that we have the hearing in September?
I'll be fine with that. We'll keep from having a long meeting.
Ms. Ward?
Yeah, that'd be fine. When you say appoint somebody for Ms. Gillen's seat, are we gonna have people that are interested come?
No, what has been happened in the past and what the law says, that when you have a vacancy, that the board of directors, appoints someone, and since Ms. Gillen has recommended someone from her zone, she knows the people in her zone better than any of us do. Have you talked to Ms. Gustafson? Is she willing to come back?
She sat down with her family, and this was something that she was eager and willing to do.
So, most
But we're
likely
gonna go
that
off
would
the
be what we do.
recommendation. We're gonna go off her recommendation.
Because that's her zone, yes, ma'am. So we'll have a meeting sometime the end of August, maybe the last Tuesday in August. And if, is Ms. Burgess still here? If you could maybe see if we could do the hearing at the same time. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's just that way it would be, because otherwise I think it'll be a real short 5-minute meeting. Because that would be the only item of business unless you would want to bring something else up. Was there any comments from any other member of the board?
Yeah, I'll say something. I'm sad to see you go. You know, your work here at PCSSD, I know it started long before you came on this board. I read the news articles about you and stuff, and you were like prolific in Maumelle for the things you did, without a board seat. And so, I think that should be recognized as well, is that you didn't just like walk in here one day and just start helping PCSSD. You've been doing it for a really long time. And I knew you were going to go because I can read the newspaper. I just didn't think it would be, I didn't hope it would be today. I was hoping for something else, but, it's your call. But I just want you to know that, because I was out there, in the audience when you were on the board. I just thought you were really brave, and I appreciated you, and all you do.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Is he crying?
I don't have any tears yet, but my voice is cracking. So, so I just wanted you to know that, and I'm gonna miss you.
Well, and again, with the capstone tonight, with everything that was approved, that track, that was a heavy pull. That was a heavy pull, and so having that approved tonight, I feel that this is just, it's the capstone on my tenure here. So thank you.
They should name the track after you. Okay. Dylan.
That's not my last name, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
They should name the city after her.
Moving on to a new city, so we'll see what happens there.
Seeing no other comments from the board, superintendent's comments?
I just want to echo what people were saying, Ms. Gillen. Thank you for everything you've done for the students. Thank you for your passion, holding us accountable, making us rise above our own expectations. I can say not only the students of Maumelle have benefited from your leadership, but all of PCSSD has. And what else can you say about that? Life is short, right? And what I appreciate of everybody on the board is this truth we speak. And as we continue to speak that truth, you'll always be part of that. I can't forget you. Sorry. Thank you again. I just thank you. And thank you for the board. This is a long meeting. I thought we were honest, we were transparent, and we worked with the people in our communities. School starts Monday. I'm really excited. I am going to have a lot of my KN 95s, and my prayers are that we will have a school year that uplifts our young people, that uplifts our professional staff, that takes care of our professional staff. And let me just echo that we have some amazing administrators on our cabinet who do everything more and beyond that we could ever ask. And we have building leadership who are with kids all day long. All day long. And they hold our children and our families in high esteem. I'm excited again for this year, and I want to thank you for today, and I want to thank you for what you're going to do tomorrow. And let's get at it.
Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Thomas, and seconded by Ms. Ward, that we approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
You do it.
Hey, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Some of us need to stay around and sign things.